After you saw God.
Oh, yes, of course. Are you trying to convert me to one of your fucking followers?
Listen to me, man. This is like a serious question. Do you think if really the God revealed himself to humans, like, do you think they will stop making mistakes? Or like they would definitely just keep doing and, committing the things?
Well, if it is like a test, if life is a test, as they say, God revealing himself like defeats the purpose. So you can't test people. You can't
What
give
if
the answer and then test
what
people.
if he just like, exposed himself, but like the test is like overgoing? Do you think people, they just gonna fucking stop doing anything bad?
I think they will still keep doing stuff.
Even though if the God like exposed himself.
Yeah, because like Satan saw God and he's still like fucking people. He's still like supposedly bad, but he did see God. He's the most person like that worship God. Like, if you think about it. Let me give you a question. Do you think it's fair for God to command Satan to bow down to Adam?
It's not fair.
And bowing down to anyone other than God is forbidden.
Yeah, man, that's not fair.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a contradiction.
They saying like in Islam, actually in the Quran, that Adam and Eve they were like in heavens, right?
I think so.
Yeah. They were in heavens. Then like the devil just came and he was what is that?
Whispering or something.
Yeah, whispering in their ears. So, before, like the devil didn't like kneel down to Adam. فَكَانَ مِنَ الْكَافِرِينَ. He was like a disbeliever. So, what like does a disbeliever, like what disbeliever is doing in heavens, man? What kind of الكافرين?
I got you, yeah.
Okay, how come like a kafir go to heavens? How can he go there?
That's a good question. I thought about it before. Like right after, like Satan refused to bow down, he was cast. He was cursed. So how come he came back to heaven to whisper in Adam's ears? That's a good question.
Yeah, man.
Contradictions.
Everything is fucked up, man.
Yep. Listen, there is a book called Masatu Iblis, if you know it. It's really good. You should read it.
Yeah, he's probably saying that like Iblis is just like a victim of existentialism, right?
Yeah, basically it argues in his case.
Yeah.
Yo, Muhammad, I thought you were going to sleep. What the fuck? And why did you close the room, bro? Like,
Muhammad is a faggot, man. Why are you talking to him?
It's a fucking cunt.
Yo, emissary. If that dude Yash come in, can you kick him from the room? That would be awesome.
Yeah, but like, listen, like that was like my question. Like, I was about to ask you about this guy. Because you keep saying like you should remove him, you should like. I mean, yeah, that one. Yeah, like I was thinking, why? Like, did he just like curse you or something?
Yeah. He just keeps following me into rooms I'm in. Can you just like yeah,
No, it will. Okay.
He's a stalker, bro. He's a stalker. Yo, pull up Farouk. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Is this Farouk? I think I know this guy.
Yeah.
I know you too. Once we fought against some other people.
Yeah, we fought against these Arabs, man. Like, so basically,
He's gone.
thanks. Wait, did you kick him or did you?
no, I didn't.
No, I know you didn't. You never.
He left.
And now you love me. Now you care.
Yo, Farouk, are you guys still freezing in Canada?
Right now, it's not that cold. There is some like rains, but it's not that cold. It's survivable.
Let's see.
Simo, how are you, bro? Are you doing good?
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing good.
Never been free
Everything is fine.
have complete autonomy and authority over what their culture
Hold on, wait, is
That's
this
true.
culture or is this political practices?
No, no, no,
Because
Political
that's
practices
like
too.
being able to go around the world and monopolize is not a cultural thing. That is a political practice. So like, what the fuck are you
That's
talking
true.
about?
They know how to conquer.
Hold on. Let me answer this. Listen, your culture is your root, and out of the culture comes.
Yeah, but why are we
Chinese
talking
men
about
impregnate you, nigga.
politics? Like, what the fuck are you on? I'm asking you, why are you bringing up cultures when this is a political conversation? This is not a social political conversation.
You make a little disrespect to you, but their culture dictates their politics. You know, I've been
That's true too.
I mean,
Y'all all right. All of y'all are right.
that, but
All of y'all are right. All of y'all are right.
I've been overseas too. It's broken.
Mango, all of y'all are right.
There's niggas that rob, steal, and kill over there too. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about, bro?
Stop cussing at us.
At the end of the day, you should read a book by a man by the name of Michael.
This nigga should read a
Hold on.
book.
Mango, all of y'all are right. All of y'all are right.
You should read a book by a guy by the name of Michael Bradley, who
Hello?
Maybe you gotta find.
Hold on, Jamie. I'm gonna read The Beautiful One's.
Yo, this is crazy. This black man keeps getting cut off. This is crazy.
It's his signal.
one of you appointments, so you want to push
So
together.
The Beautiful One said, "Does anybody know why the combined graduation rate for HBCUs is only 35%? What's your hypothesis?" And then she wrote, "Is culture and cognition intrinsically linked?"
Go left.
دلم برای خیلی تنگ شده بود شبیه سریبای نایشالای لایم
I'm saying to you that at the root of the policy, at the root of how people deal financially, economically, spiritually, socially, at the root of it is culture in itself. And so what I'm saying to you is their cultural values are actually intact. And everywhere that they go, whether they learn your language, whether they adopt your holidays, or whether they actually even practice some of your systems, their culture is still intact and it impacts how they feel all over the earth. Black people here in America have never developed a culture of its own and have never had the autonomy to actually develop a culture in a way that would have values based off of what we choose, not necessarily based
What the white man choose?
This is making my, I don't know if my stomach hurts, my coochie itch, or my ass. hole is growing a hemorrhoid right now. I don't know why the fuck this is coming out your mouth. Well, we've never been able to develop a culture where we respect education. We've never been able to develop a culture where we're not subjecting ourselves to easy routes and money schemes. We've never developed a culture. Like, bitch, you shut, like,
But but Mingo, there's one important point.
One can hear you. The beautiful one wants me to ask Jamie, if white people disappear tomorrow, Jamie, would blacks be oppressed by white supremacy in America?
I think that the residue of white supremacy still lives with black people. If you took every white person off the planet. If you were to remove every white person off the planet, if you were to remove every white person off the planet, the effects of white supremacy would still be here.
Jamie, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Okay, so first of all, and it's very you might not like this, but if we look over the last few hundred years, nearly every innovation, everything that you see today, the fact that you can travel by a boat, for example, ships with deep blue sailing capability that could bring a whole lot of people to another continent, that was white people. Airplanes, white people. Everything, automobiles, white people. Like everything, and I'm not trying to make a superiority statement, but no, but over the last, because it goes in spurts, right? Like there's different parts of the world that kind of are the hubs of humanity and innovation, and it's been us, people from Europe.
Yeah, but hold on, wait a minute.
Wait, hold on,
Mingo, let me finish.
Black Americans have not
Hold on, Mingo.
That have set the tone.
Okay, Mingo.
Broke boundaries past America.
Mingo, I'm not trying to.
I'm not about to allow you to do that, brother.
Okay, Mingo.
Finish, girl. You don't have to agree with everyone, Mingo.
I'm not about to allow people to spew misinformation, Mom. Maybe you're comfortable with doing that, but I'm the fuck not.
Let people finish their thought.
Yeah, Mingo.
That's horrible, man.
So if we look over the last few hundred years, that's been us. Now, if we drop off the face of the earth, it's an excellent question. We can look at the first country in the Western Hemisphere where there's a revolution and whites were South Africa. What happened to Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe? What happened to, I can go on and on. We can look at Angola. Once the black man, and I mean this with all sincerity, they feel like, well, we can govern ourselves, we can make it better. It's always ended up a lot worse. When you've ended up being in the hands of people that are not white, we can look at in Latin America, the black people are at the bottom. They're looked at as subhuman, not being equals. Their prisons are filled with black people. There's less of them. The police have largely killed a lot of them, and they've largely killed each other. And they have no problem putting black men, shooting them on the street, or putting them in packed prisons like sardines. They don't care. Where have black people done better than in Western European countries? The white man that you like to say that you hate so much, the group of people that ended up ending slavery before everybody else. You want to talk shit, but the Middle Easterners enslaved you guys before us.
All communication is hypnosis, and Pepe is a white racist devil. Don't trust his demonic words. He said.
Commit adultery. We can prostitute our daughters. Everything that the law tells us not to do. If you say that it's done away with, that means we can't do it, right? So now I'm gonna land right here too. On this last one is Isaiah. Just to show that these things will be still going on. Things that are within the law, they're still going to go on in the new kingdom that he's talking about. So let me just get to it right quick.
Organizations around the world sending food in, Hamas is going to get their hands on it, of course, because they're the dominant force in that area. I mean, and were they, like you said, were they voted in? Yeah, was 20 years ago, and now no one has the ability to do much about that, right? So, you know, my thing is here is how do we help, right? We come on this app day in and day out and we talk and we debate it, right? But then how do we actually help? Do we help through donations? Do we help by raising our voice? Do we help by trying to change our own, our own elected officials to do something different about that, right? In Islam there is a saying, right? If you can change something, for the good, then you change it. If you can't change it, then voice your opinion about it. And if you can't voice your opinion about it, then change it in your heart, right? So what can we do to do this, right? Can we change it? Maybe, maybe not. Can we voice our opinion? Definitely we can voice our opinion. And if not that, because some people can't even speak up around this world, at least change it in your heart. So my whole thing now is like, yeah, we've talked about this for a month in, a month out, but what can we do to help the situation, to fix the situation? And if you ask me, going in and bombing the rest of Rafah to the Stone Age as well is not going to help the situation. It's going to cause more famine. It's going to cause more death. It's going to cause more destruction. It's going to cause more animosity. It's going to cause more hurt, and it's going to cause more problems, right? So my whole thing is what can we do to help? Enough talking about it. What can we do to help?
Hey, man, let me try this.
Sorry, yeah.
No, you're fine, Yvonne. I'll go right.
Yeah.
Go right ahead, my name Barf, blah, blah, blah.
But I'd like to have a discussion again. But Yvonne, I'll never interrupt a woman. Please go.
I think the first place that both sides should start, they should just agree that each side has the right to exist. Because once you start saying one side, and I hear people on Twitter saying it, because that is the closest I came to anybody, from that region. Most of them are not on Clubhouse, so we never had the rooms here. But if each side could just agree that and when people are saying, oh, you're not human, and people are not human, and the same people who come on these stages and say you're not human are the same people who are saying, one side or the other does not have the right to exist. If they could just agree, because listen, we are all on this world for maybe about 100 years each, and some of us don't get there. We got three scores and 10, which is about 70 years. Tell the truth, I probably will live longer than most people in this room. We only have 3 scores and 10, and if everybody could just agree that each side has the right to exist, the right to build a life, the right to do whatever, it would be a good start. And then the rest of the world will sort of see them in a different light. But once one side is saying, okay, from the river to the sea, you don't have we are going to be free, we're going to take over, we don't want you there. Then the other side is saying, oh, we're going to occupy you, we're going to, because, you're sending bombs over when everything is hunky-dory, we see bombs coming and we have to build this darn iron zone. You think if those bombs weren't going over, they would have to build an iron dome? So if they could just, agree on that, and you're saying that maybe we could just have our opinions, but that's what we're doing here now. The only thing that we can do, and most people, even if they're from there and don't live there, that's the only thing that they can do, really say their opinion, because unless you are in there and have the ability to change, and then it's only the people from within will have the ability to change, because you have to say no to things. Some people die to say no to certain type of living. Because sometimes we are saying change it, the government's from outside to go in and change it. Then the government's from outside and go in and change it. And then people criticize them and say, oh, they're going in there to install their own governments and all that. Listen, man, this is a conundrum. And I don't know, Ahmed, you sound as confused as me. But I think if they could just agree that every man who comes on this earth, whichever side you're on, you have the right to exist. You have the right to a family. You have the right to build a life, because this is all we're going to take with us, our memories. If they could just agree, we would probably have sympathy to both sides. But sometimes, I don't even know what to do. I don't know which side to have sympathy with. But, this is terrible. I see the people on the TV. I'm going to land here. I see the gentleman who was leading the student protest. He was a leader. And he is saying on TV that the people from the other side, say Israel, they do not have the right, he said it, to even live, he said. That is really crazy. And I'm not, that is just one person, but that is one of many people who think like that. And if they could just, maybe we can just maybe say, pray to whoever God you have and say, send them some kind of stuff, like Joseph on the road to Damascus, and show them the light, because something is wrong and it has to break there. And I land my plane.
All right. Any other lady wants to go real quick before I jump in? Go ahead, Cindy. You're off mic. All right, Ahmed. So you brought up a couple things like, Afghanistan. A couple things you got to remember: war is strategic, and probably one of the most strategic parties in there is those Hamas people. They know if they hide in fucking tunnels and in the safe places that war says you can't bomb, like hospitals, schools, which you should. But they're playing as bad as the now. I totally get that this is just the way it is in respect to what the hell could our country do about it, other than, being in the middle of it more than we should be and sending money. This is a them problem. And what's happened is it's gone on too long. They should have gone in there when they were blowing and going and not stopped. But right now, I mean, Bane's right, and, it's
a them problem. Goddamn, Barb. They got American hostages in them tunnels, Barb. It's a we problem. It's an us problem.
I got it.
Thank you. Somebody finally said it. Somebody finally said it. There's American hostages over there.
I know. And that's where the whole point is.
In America.
Oh, I know. Shut the fuck up, you white trash.
Send the fucking hostages out. Go ahead. I got bars.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I
can hear you now.
So my question is, doesn't any Americans care that there are Americans over there?
Of course.
Of course, Americans care.
And we're not doing. Why aren't we getting them out of there?
How do you
Maybe
get them
they're
out?
not even alive. But
How do you get them out?
Huh?
How do you
I
get
don't
them
know.
out?
I'm not the president of the United States.
You make it sound so simple. You make it sound very simple, though.
No, I'm not the
It's
president
not
of the
any
United
more
States.
important than anyone
I
else.
mean,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. Okay, we care about them, so let's go get them tomorrow. So is this that simple?
Well, we've traded off people for other people that have been taken hostage from Americans that have been hostage, right?
So that's what it is. You think we can trade with them?
I don't know what we can do.
Okay.
Well, we're
But we
giving
do
them money.
have our own. We do have our own over there, right? But do you really think they're still alive after all this time?
There's one fella that we know is alive, right? Didn't they just do a video of him?
They did.
He's American. Listen, the point is, why the fuck are we sending relief fund to him? You want relief? Give us our fucking hostages. You want relief? Call it quits. I get him at his point of like, what can the women and everybody do in their country? Well, I mean, shit, drop off some fucking chastity belts out of the sky. They'll come out of the ground. I mean, I don't know what to say. We need to quit fucking giving them. Go ahead.
But here's the problem. It's now here in all of our countries, right? All this has come into all of our countries now. But when you see a 7-year-old boy leading the pack with his parents on the Palestinian side, you don't think that's a little cuckoo to bring your son out that's 7 years old to be on a mic screaming to the crowd?
But
you think that's normal behavior of a 7-year-old son?
But Cindy, you see it on the Israeli side when you have all this scoop.
No, honey. I'm talking about
writing their names on bombs.
I'm talking about here.
Oh, here.
That we have children out there. And I don't think children should be out there with older people and college students.
Hello?
Parents. I don't think 7-year-old children that actually live in America, maybe born here.
With all due respect, they're not thinking the way you think. They love their people, and they're just like you love your people. They love their people.
That's my people. My people are
your
American.
mama, your cousin, your brother, your friend, your people. They love their people like you love your people.
Love your people? What? Hello?
Be doing that.
The fuck? That's a damn problem.
Understand that.
Hello?
what that reality is, obviously it might be a bit difficult for you to just sit there and say that, well, they shouldn't have their 7-year-olds. The 7-year-olds got 9-year-old brothers, and they got 12-year-old cousins.
But they're here. They're here in this country.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't matter. You care about your people wherever they are. It doesn't matter.
Hello?
They're here, so they stop caring about their people because they're here in America?
Hello?
No, I just don't think it's. I don't think it's apropos to bring.
Apropos.
That's fine.
Apropos.
You know, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion in America, especially. You're entitled to your opinion. But I'm just saying, to comment on where another person's family and their 7-year-old or 5-year-old or 10-year-old should feel about their own people, I think you're a bit out of place. To entitled to your own opinion about whatever, but to almost have a sense of indignity about that I can't believe they're doing this with their children out there.
I can't, because all it's going to do is cause more hatred in our country as those kids grow up. Don't you see that?
No, it's not that. It's not. The causation is not because they're out there at 7 years old. It goes, the deeper causation goes way before this, and that's the whole point. That as a human being watching all of this, it just kind of boggles my mind that I just have to.
Boggled. This is a boggled man. He been boggled.
The 90th percentile are stuck in the situation over there, and the reality is there is major fueling that's been going on from America.
Praise the Lord. Cure the bald spots. Cure my baldness. Help me, Lord. Rabbi, cure my baldness. Save me from my baldness. I like my hair. Please, Rabbi.
He's actually talking to me right now.
Don't make fun of my bald spot.
We've all seen it.
I can't be responsible for what you see.
Oh God, I need to read it.
I'm using my rationale, my intellect, to have a conversation about the 7-year-old.
Hello?
You can't believe the 7-year-old is out there. You know,
You can't. I'm sorry, but I can't.
That's fine.
Who runs the world, Royal?
About how you feel, but you can't see it. But I'm just telling you that
Say a lot.
you care, and love will make you do some things like that. When you love, you don't. If a mother, your mother, if your child gets taken by a bear, you'll do some pretty miraculous things. If somebody on the outside might say, what the hell are you doing? Well, I care about the fact that situation over here is dire. And so it might not look rational to you, but I'm sure if you could put yourself in those shoes somehow, I'm sure you'd probably see it a little different.
Yeah, I think when I was 7, I don't think I would have had the brain power to go out there and do that unless my mom or dad said to me, Cindy, we want you to come out here and do this. And of course, at 7, I would say, okay, Mommy and Daddy, I'll do that.
Well,
Yes, Mommy. Yes, Daddy.
You're at 7, and these guys is at 7. Generations over there. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. A little bit different than your reality. It's a little bit different than your reality.
The reality
you got
is
generations of this going on.
so let's keep passing it down.
I didn't say. It's love. You're just not going to regulate love, is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Love says my mama, my daddy, my cousin, my uncles, my grandparents. You don't really think much about who gives a damn about upsetting someone because you're standing up for what you love. That's not the way love works. Love is I'm going to stand up. And no matter what the price is, but I'm going to keep praying to my God, and I'm going to keep standing up for some justice.
Cindy, I see you're saying I want to protect these children. I want to keep my children away from this kind of stuff. I want to not expose young children to this kind of, whatever this action is that's going on in these protests. But I also see the other side of it, like Jonah said, like there are some people who said, no, I want to expose my children to the realities of life. I want to show them what it's like to stand up and fight for what you believe in. I want to expose them to our First Amendment rights to be able to protest and raise our voice and stuff like that. So I get both sides of this conversation for sure.
But some of these protests are getting a little dangerous, and people are getting hurt out there. And people are getting attacked out there.
You know what?
Do you want your child? Hold on. Do you want your child out there?
When I was speaking earlier,
the only reason why
a person
because
would have pushback
there's some people that say, you know what, I'm eating every day,
like, hey,
I'm drinking food, I'm drinking water every day,
being specific about the issue
is
going to lessen the volume.
I saw an American soldier that put himself on fire Just because he didn't know what else to do in life? No, because what he's saying is, damn it, how do I just go to sleep tonight? Good night, love you, baby. Good. Okay, turn off my Netflix. And knowing that there's other people right there on this planet that are going through that, especially if they have some DNA connected to them. Ideally, we would all feel that way for every person on the planet. We're not quite there yet, but definitely for, again, your own mother, your cousin, your father, your bloodline, that's as natural as breathing. And so to think that somehow that's going to go away because we outsiders label them as terrorists and they're all, it doesn't change the reality that they're human beings and they care about their loved ones and they care about it. And they say, hey, please let me be a soldier to stand with my family. Let the record show that I stood with what my family is about. Don't let me develop a wall in my heart to say, well, thank God we're not over there. Let's go to sleep now. They're not on that page, man. They feel a sense of connectedness. Like, at least, let me say I did everything in my power over here in America, because you guys can't do it. Let me be your voice, because nobody's rushing to your aid. Not Egypt, we talked about, not Jordan, not Syria, not the United States. Nothing is coming to stop the people from just
That's the big question. Why isn't their own people helping them?
It's not a matter of their own people not helping them. They're not able to.
Right, because they're under American power, right? You know, there's a blueprint for we talked about. And the blueprint is what happened in East Timor. East Timor, that was Portugal, right? That's a European country. All right. There was war. There was the same thing that's going on in Palestine and Israel, right? All right. They came to a political solution. All right. The war stopped. Same thing happened in Spain. You know, the Basque people, same thing stopped. The same thing happened in Northern Ireland. So why can't we apply the same blueprint that we did to all these European countries to this case? It doesn't make any sense. Because we've done it before. The world has done it before, right? Because the same exact thing that Hamas or whatever is doing, that was the same thing the Irish were doing on Northern Ireland. That's the same thing the East Timors were doing in Portugal. That's the same thing the Barcelona in Spain. It's the same exact way, bombing everywhere. But we found political solutions to the problem, right?
Not only that, if there was concern, I'm not buying they're hiding behind. No. If there was concern for all the lives that, if there was even a thought that some of these lives can be innocent, if that was even a real thought, there's no way you could see the inhumanity that goes down. If there was a thought that these are all important people, our own children, our own, whoever you love, whoever our potentates are, if those were the people that are dying at a clip of 34,000 and how many are damaged, if those were people we cared about, trust me, we would strategically, like a scalpel, go in there and get Hamas out and go in there and we would get creative to make sure none of the ones around were involved. We would be creating evacuation plans. We would be creating, look here, we were bringing immigrants into America as it is, or whoever, man, it would be, bring them over, like, hey, get them out of harm's way. When the smoke settles, okay, you're going back, or something. But the reality now is we're looking at because there's no plan that anybody knows of in the everyday people zone. I'm talking about the small percentile that knows in the Congress and in America and of course in the leadership within Israel that has any idea of how do these people ever have a place to call their own. Don't call it genocide, but just call it, how do they ever have a place in any kind of a game plan, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 9 years from now? What does it even look like to say, I'm still Palestinian, and it went from, over the last 50 years, 100 years of their life, they recognized this thing, we just no longer have a place at all.
Now, can I raise a question? Like you said right now, you're like, how do we give them a place of their own, right? So now, let me ask the question out there: would people think of this differently if they weren't Muslims and Arabs? Because look at the IRA and the Irish Republican Army did the same thing. There was violence and bombings and shootings as well because Northern Ireland wanted to succeed. You had the same thing in Spain with the Basque separatists, right? So what would we say if these people weren't Arab and Muslim? What if they were Irish? What if they were Spaniards, right? What if they were from a different country that was not would you have the same response, Jonathan? Would you have the same response, Candace? Or would it be different because they're not Muslim and they're not Arabs?
Do they get 72 virgins if they bomb me?
I'll give you 72, bro, if you want. That's okay. I'll share some of mine.
Is that a threat? I'm just kidding.
That's a problem.
That would have been a liberal.
I can handle 72. You can have some.
That's right. Hey, listen, let me ask you, or anybody. Or actually, you asked the question. Was there a woman that maybe wanted to respond to this question?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, please do.
if you're a terrorist, it doesn't matter. Irish doesn't, it's the same. You can't be, if it's a terrorist group, it's a terrorist group, right? I want them out. I don't care what Muslim or what religion you are. I mean, that's just, you can't, I don't agree in any kind of terrorism in any aspect, in any way, any shape or form. Now, I do like what the gentleman did say earlier about that it does breed, I forgot the gentleman's name, I'm looking for him. That I think that I do see his point that it could breed more terrorism. These kids that are going through this and all that, and all the horrible stuff that they're going through, right? I just don't, if there was a way to take Hamas out, these leaders, and prevent all this killing, of course, right? That would be the answer. But like everyone's saying, they are hiding themselves in places like in hospitals and everything else, in tunnels, and so if there's a better way to get it done, then by all means I'm for that, right? But yeah, so it doesn't matter. But to answer your question, no, it doesn't matter. If it's a terrorist group, it's a terrorist group. I want to take it.
And that's what I'm sorry, and that's what I said earlier, right? I wasn't mad at that statement, right? But this is the thing. You could even add one more country to it, East Timor, the same thing happened. You have to find a political solution. That's the only way out. That's what was done in all these three countries, right? They're all European countries. The same thing Hamas was doing, they were doing also. Right? We didn't bomb all of them out. We found peace. We could do the same thing with this Palestinian case. Find a way to make them leave to you could choose sovereign state, and things would die down. I'm telling you, that's the only way out.
Yeah, but how do you get rid of Hamas? That we have to get rid of Hamas.
They would get rid of Hamas themselves.
Well, yeah.
But
now they have peace, right?
Can I say what you're not going to get rid of is love. You will never bomb away the love people have for their family. Just know that. So when you're just so quick to call someone the terrorist and you keep throwing that in the conversation, just know.
Oh, they are.
You are.
That's what they are.
They're not. They're not. They're not.
Oh, Hamas is not terrorists?
See, there you go again.
I'm asking you a question.
I know what you're asking. That same talking point that you got to let go of, because that right there is causing
I don't have to let go of that.
You do? Well, okay, hold on to it, but just know that everybody else listening, if you hear that, no, they're not trying to bring any solution, because that forces a fight. That forces an untrue narrative to continue.
What?
When you talk like that.
You said that they weren't terrorists? Is that what you just said? That Hamas is not terrorists?
Listen to me.
Did you answer the question?
I can do whatever I want to do, lady.
I know, but I'm asking you to answer the question.
Listen to me. I'm talking as an American citizen about what I want to talk about. I'm not going to get into your box. I'm not going to get into that box.
I was just asking you. I don't want you to talk.
I know what you were just asking. I need you to just listen to what I'm just saying, though, and quit interrupting. To you, I'm not, and I may not ever make sense to you, but that's okay with me. I'm still going to talk regardless, because as an American citizen, I know I have the right to free speech. Ain't no protest. So I need you to understand. I'm not going to just have to be forced into talking about Hamas and terrorists. We were talking about innocent lives, and I was talking about love, okay? Because the question that was posed to the room that you responded to had to do with if they weren't Muslims. And then you came in with, well, if they're terrorists, then you just have to keep that talking point in the conversation. And I'm telling you, when the smoke settles, everybody over there is not terrorists, okay? And they wouldn't never even call themselves terrorists. I guarantee you, they see the opposing team as terrorists. So what I'm telling you is, if you want to be on the team of brokering peace, you're going to change that verbiage. If you don't, just keep spewing what you're spewing, because it won't lead to any peace, and the individuals, they're not going to sit there and agree. The mothers and the children are not going to agree. Oh, my daddy and everybody was a terrorist, so that's why I understand y'all had to kill everybody. It's never going to be that.
I don't understand it. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. And if you're talking to people, you should try to talk so people understand. I'm trying to understand him.
I thought he was clear. I'm not sure.
No, not
He's clear. What is he clear about? He's not saying that Hamas is terrorist.
All right, Sloan, what did he say?
I wasn't talking about Hamas at all. That's what I'm clear about.
Yeah,
I was talking about the fact from every bit of what I said since I've been in here tonight talking has been about the fact that there's lives over there that are being lost that are not, even if we do the thing that everybody wants to do, just agree, they will never see themselves, and everybody there since 1948 will never see themselves as terrorists. And they'll never see that they just wanted to get rid of all. They were people forced upon them, and those people that were backing those that were forced upon them, they had backing, and they had a ruthlessness about them. And so, we won the war. A war that you created. Yeah, you won. You went and started some problems, and then now it led to that, and everybody wants to then come back decades later and say, well, you lost the war. What do you mean? The war that was forced upon you? You lost it? And because you weren't as ruthless, now this is just your lot, and you should just accept it? That will never happen anywhere on this planet. And so there will always be, there'll be more terrorists. No, there'll be more love. There will be more love, like we see going on. There's more and more love. It's not in Israel's best interest to have these individuals continuing, and Biden tried to warn at different points. I guess he was trying to talk the talking points that Americans wanted to hear, but he still has not shown any stomach in the American government to go in there and put it down like, look here, man, we're going to show you how to do this. We're going to show you how to actually get this done and get to the problems. They've been able to go in and find problems all over this earth. All of a sudden, now they can't just go in there and do it because they got tunnels. Come on, man. The world is not stupid. What we're watching is a justification to go kill all these people so that we have to ever worry about any of them coming to hurt any one of us from Israel's point of view. By doing this and then trying to label them, it's terrorists, it's Hamas's fault, that justification is not going to work. History is not going to write the story like that. Whatever you might think right now, it's not going to play out like that. And so I'm telling you, to want to be a part of the solution, none of us are over there pulling the strings. So it's all about, like the man said, conversation about having some kind of care, continuing to look for solutions. That's what we're talking about.
All right. I'm kind of in Candace's court. I did not follow, so let me ask you some simple man questions. It sounds like you're saying that, you're not going to change the people's opinion because of it being labeled as terrorist. If I remember, someone told me something like that. Is that what you're saying?
Are you talking to me?
Question. Yeah.
It's kind of breaking up. If you're talking to me, I think you're saying, what I'm saying is this, that focusing in on, I believe if I was Israel, I could do exactly what they're trying to do to make sure they never get hurt again, never have any, best of their ability, make sure that, and they could still show humanity. They could do that. If there was an intention to do that, they could do it. The fact that it's not happening lets the world know, lets me know, they have no intention to do such.
Let me try and interrupt you. Are you talking about the terrorist?
Matrix. Am I talking right? It's kind of breaking up. I don't know if you're in the Matrix or if it's just me.
Go ahead. I'm
Bart,
sorry.
you're in the Matrix. You're in the Matrix, Bart. Change your location. Move over to the left, Bart.
I don't know who's courageous enough in the Israeli government to stand up against the powers that be to say, look here, let's show some humanity and not compromise our position at all. I believe that can be done. Call me naive. I believe that can be done. I believe they can grab one child, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and show love and nurture them. That would go a long way, man. I don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. They got some nice situations still within Israel. They could pour love on certain people and come in fully, even if it's like, hey, you kidnapped 50 of our people and now you're loving on them. That would be a better sell to the world than nothing.
Are they in a war? Is there a war going on?
Just go to your point. I'm not sure which way you're going with that.
I don't know, because you're saying that if America is fighting with a country, you should have the people and say, okay, I love you. I mean, it's good to say I love you and bring you over and let them hug on you, but there's a war going on. They're trying to figure out how to get
create a war. You don't create a war and then say there's a war going on.
They didn't create a war. October 7th never happened. We wouldn't be here at this point. Things were happening, but if October 7th didn't happen, this part of it, don't talk over me. This part of it would not happen. We might say that the war has been going on before, from the days of hundreds of years ago, right? So I don't know how far people want to go back, but what I'm saying, this segment, because I'm not stupid, this segment, last year in January, I didn't see this big war that is happening, right? Things were happening, and I understand that there were talks. But this segment, which has escalated so far, would not have happened if October 7th did not happen. So I know people are going to come after me in the chat because you guys always say the same things. But I hear this damn thing every night. Should I not come into this room every night to hear the damn thing that you guys are saying? I'm saying this segment would not have happened. This segment, this part of it, because you cannot have peace. When you have a war, it's hard to negotiate, right? You see how long they've been trying to negotiate shit. You cannot negotiate when you're fighting.
That's what that means.
Okay, I am out, babies. I'm going to my bed because let them keep sending the rockets over and let Israel keep going in if that's what you guys want. Because it seems as if that's what you want. You want them to send rockets over, God bless the Iron Dome, and you want the other side to keep fighting.
Stay in their place. That's what you want.
No, I want peace. But what I'm saying, what you guys want
is confusion. If there's
they can't have peace. They can't have peace
without
DJ.
There's no peace.
I'm not gonna call it that God because you're not God, right? You put a capital G.
My name is the God. I call you for you. I call you.
Hey guys,
right?
Come on.
My name is the God.
Please, you all. Let's keep it simple.
I got through just now.
I'm just saying, Caroline, that if something, and they always keep wanting to say, well, I don't know, you guys solve it because it looks like you have all the answers.
No, you got all the answers because you can live over there in your house and be cool with it. But when people is starving and people is suffering, then they got to do something about it. And you can't just tell people how they can handle it or what they should do.
Well, they're going to go help them. Because you've been talking from last year, October, and I don't see you doing nothing about it.
Great point, Yvonne.
That's cold-blooded. Like we are the guys.
I'm here every night, and they say shit, and I'm saying that if things never happen on October, this segment, this part, I'm not saying that it was a war before, and every time I open my mouth, every time I open my mouth and say that, he comes off his mic. Every time I open it, and it's not the first time, because I say, if Jonathan was saying, I'm not talking about you, Remus, I'm not talking about you, I know it's you. I'm talking about the God, because you don't come in here as often. Every time I open our mouth and say that if Jonathan was here, he would say the same thing. I'm talking about this segment, this part of it.
Y'all can't live time too. You can't live time in a vacuum. The time does not start without October 7th. Time starts continual.
Why are you fighting with me? Why you come up here every night and scream and fight when somebody say this? Why are you fighting? That is why there can be no peace. There can be no There can be no peace. All right, let me finish, Caroline. I'm finishing.
Caroline, please.
Caroline.
Thank you. To God, honestly, please, you can have a discussion with Yvonne without yelling at her. So just please.
Well, tell her don't disrespect me. My name is the God. Don't tell me who the hell I am. My name is the God.
But you know what?
If I will respect you and call you by your name, call me by my name.
All you'd had to have said was just said, Yvonne, please address me by my name. You didn't have to raise your voice and yell at her. So come on, guys. Whenever Jonathan leaves, things get bad in here. Let's keep it.
I was talking and he jumped off his mic.
You won't get disrespected.
Unless you disrespect LL.
Okay, all I was saying, something and he just jump off his mic because every time we speak, like anytime we say anything about October 7th, he jumps off his mic and is ready to eat people.
Because y'all keep talking about, y'all talking like people is living time in the vacuum. Ain't nobody living time in the vacuum. Time is the continuum.
This is the bed. Then we're having a discussion, but you were just coming here to shout all the time.
Hey,
Every time somebody talk about October 7th.
let's get back to the question.
Can I ask you one question?
No, you can't ask anybody else.
Yeah, let's keep the conversation moving, guys.
Okay, so I'll go back to. I'll go. No, let the guy ask the question.
Hold on. Like the guy that just said he wants to ask a question. Let's go.
Yeah, because she said that if October 7 hadn't happened, this current situation wouldn't occur. Then the question is, what does she think was Israel's plan for the Palestinians, given that they continuously build into their territories, and Netanyahu himself went to the UN stating that the entire area was going to belong to them. So, and Israel wants to remain a Jewish state. 20% of the population is Arabic, have a higher birth rate, and the Palestinians next door, if you include their population, they will rival the population of Jews there, not to mention the ones in the diaspora. So if you take all that into account, not to mention what Netanyahu has said himself, that they want to make their life more difficult in that area so that they can leave. So I'm going to, that's what I'm saying. I just want to, kind of share the information so that she knows what I'm talking about. So I'm going to the question now. Let me go to the question. The question is, why do you think this is not the outcome that they were looking for?
It's a great question.
Why do I think this is not the outcome Israel was looking for? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Do you mean that they planned the war? They were setting the foundation for this to have for people to go across, for Hamas to go across and kill their people on October 7th? That's what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
If they have to remain Jewish, those people have to move. Otherwise, they can't remain Jewish for very long.
Do you have the answer? Because I'm more confused.
Netanyahu has said it himself.
I think he has the answer. So he has his answer and he wants to know what I think. I don't think any country would want anybody to come over and kill 100 and odd of their people in one night. I don't think so. So if that's what you're asking me, nobody wants that. I don't even think Hamas would want that. Israel wouldn't want that. Nobody wants. America doesn't want that. Canada doesn't want that. So what is your question?
The question is, because you said this wouldn't have been happening if Hamas hadn't done what they did. Well, given the foundations of what I just described, could it not be said that this was the outcome? And it's not ideal for them at this moment, because the real ideal one is they push the Palestinians into the Palestinian the Sinai, which is what they are calling. They actually said it. So when you say that this wouldn't have happened, is that taking into account the way they perceive themselves and the population in that West Bank and Gaza? Does that take that into account? The Israelis, it's not Israelis per se, Netanyahu himself specifically, how he perceives the Palestinians in that area. When you say something about October 7th, that it wouldn't have happened, well, maybe that is what he wants, because he actually said that they have not made the Palestinians' life difficult enough for them to move from that area. That's what he told settlers in the video. And this was revealed on one of these big channels on YouTube. So how do you know that this is not the outcome? They were looking for an opportunity to kick them out of that area.
I don't know, and you don't know. So I do not know, because he's asked me I don't know. You don't know either. None of us knows. All I'm saying, and I stand by what I said, this segment of the commotion and what is happening now would not have happened if October 17th happened. And I land my plane.
I want to pause it to Laura, because Laura, you said something in the chat. I want you to bring that up.
Yeah, here's the thing. IDF and Netanyahu knew a year before. This is a planned attack. And the general, and let me go back to what I put in the chat here really quick. I'm probably going to butcher his name. Brigadier General Amit Sarar revealed in an interview with Canon News that he wrote an emergency warning letter to Netanyahu, and he didn't do anything. And my second question would be also, where was the Iron Dome? If you got a letter from a brigadier general that said we're going to be attacked, they shouldn't have shut down that Iron Dome for 2 seconds, right? I truly believe Israel did want to get into this. I do. But Yvonne, I have a question for you, love. What's the end goal for Israel? What's the end goal?
Well, you can't just say that, Laura.
I can say that because I just
No, you can say it.
And I can post articles if you would like.
I don't disagree.
It doesn't make much sense. You're talking about the same way we did with 9/11, where government agencies didn't talk to each other. I can buy into that, Laura. Well, the idea that they would sacrifice 3,500 innocent people, it's a level of.
They shot their own hostages. What are you talking about?
Again, it is a level of cold-heartedness that I don't think applies. It's the same level of cold-heartedness when people say, well, the government knocked down the towers.
So you just said 3,500? I thought it was 1,200.
1,139. 1,139.
If you're going to claim that stuff, then it ought to at least make some sense, and the stuff by those people is both incredibly cold-hearted and doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't it make any sense?
You have to believe, in order to believe that it was a rigged thing, that they wanted 3,500 of their own people dead. In what universe is that the thing?
Wait, what means 3,500? Hold on, doctor.
1,139 Israeli died on October 2nd.
Okay, then I was wrong. 1,100. Still, the point stands.
Not even 10. Nobody wants 10 of their people dead.
Hold on, Yvonne. Let him finish.
No, I'm just saying that's how it works. If nobody wants a bunch of their own civilians dead, right? That's not something people start out wishing for.
Yeah,
so
Laura,
if the government didn't know, like they did at 9/11, where the intelligence agencies didn't talk to each other, there was an intel failure. Okay, fine, I get that. But to believe that the Israeli government, a portion of their Knesset and a portion of Netanyahu's cabinet wanted 1,100 Jews dead. I mean, Jews and Arabs dead. I'm sorry, Laura, but it's a level of cold-heartedness I just don't think is supported by the evidence.
Yeah, well, Laura, let
Laura respond.
Can I respond to Marshall? Yeah, Marshall, it's not me. The thing of it is, you guys talk all the time. I went and did the research. There are multiple statements and articles, and actually, the article that I literally shared in the back channel is from the Jerusalem Post. This came out of Israel. So you guys can believe whatever you want to believe, but if they were forewarned and they didn't do anything about it, I'm not being cold-hearted. I am just stating the facts. That's all.
Do you think, Laura, that it's
Hold on,
necessarily that they knew?
You're using an op-ed piece.
From Israel?
Yes, the thing you quoted.
Okay, so the Israelis are lying about themselves. Okay, now I
prevented.
Wait a minute.
That's what it is.
Can I have a second with Laura, Marshall? Please.
No, just address the stage. You guys want to attack people. Just
I don't
say
want
what
to
you have
attack
to say.
her. I think she's possibly right.
I'm trying to help moderate. Just say what you have to say to everyone.
Okay. All right. So I won't even address it to Laura because it's not Laura's theory. But there is a possibility. I don't know that, just like at 9/11, right, there's a lot of chatter going on. There's a lot going on in America's intelligence agency, thousands of them every day. And the same thing goes for Israel. So I don't know that they wanted to do that or allow that attack to happen. I can't make that statement. But it's not crazy to think that after it did happen, or maybe they didn't chase down every lead, because think about if you're an Israeli, you're constantly in danger, you're constantly under attack. attacks. It's not killing the whole population, but you're under attack, and your kids are under attack every single day. It's not crazy to think that something like what happened on October 7th, I'm not saying they wanted it to happen, but after it did happen, there were a lot of people, especially in the right-wing government, but not just the right-wing government, in more towards the middle as well, that weren't that upset that now they have an excuse to go in and do what a lot of people think they should have done for a long time, which is to clear the area. I don't want to say ethnic cleansing because that triggers people, but clear the area of people who hate them. And I mean, that's not a crazy theory that Laura brought up.
You know, I completely agree. And it could kind of be like one of those situations where they're like, you know what, we are done with these people fucking with us. Eventually, you know, like, they're going to do something. Let's let them do it, and then we can end this. I don't think they knew it was going to be a fucking massacre like that. And Laura, I was kind of curious, you know, you said you put an article, well,
I would too.
I want to see, hold on, let me finish.
Oh, sorry, babe, sorry.
I'm really curious, but like when you said Israeli killed their own killed their people that day. But anyhow, I think Israel's like, all right, we got to put up a fucking dome to not get bombed every day. I'm done with this. Let's let them do it. We'll have an excuse. We'll take them out. And the problem is they didn't take them out. So now all it's done is gotten worse. It's been like a fucking pause for 60 days. There's still all the terrorists they have alive. They're not going to kill them all because they know that they have to have leverage. That's why they're starting to release little videos. All right, so the simple fact. All right, I'll leave it there. This isn't about me, but let's get back to the conversation. I would love to hear another woman speaking, and or somebody reply to Dr. Response. You go ahead.
Yeah, I have put in the back channel multiple
I'll look
articles.
at it. I haven't had a chance.
Out of Israel. The one I just put in said that they were warned 3 months before this happened. So you may be absolutely right that they were like, okay, game on. Like, you want to do this? Let's put an end to this here and now. But
okay,
Marshall, it's not cold-hearted.
Hold on. I have a follow-up.
Hold on 1 second.
Intelligence failure.
There's friendly fire within our own military. It's not done on purpose. It's not done on purpose.
I didn't say there wasn't, but the articles you provided say that
came out of Israel.
Right.
That it was an intelligence failure in the same way that I recommended at the start of this conversation. And I said, I'm quoting myself, if what you were talking about is government agencies not communicating with each other, and so everybody doesn't know what's going on, fine, I can agree to that. But that was not your argument, man.
My argument was that the Brigadier General of the IDF warned Netanyahu.
The articles do not say that they knew. The articles say one Brigadier General and somebody else made a claim.
And I just put 2 more articles.
So listen, hold on, Marshall. That's not hard to believe. I think we can move on from that. There's people in every government that aren't on the same page and nefarious. Now, my question is, fuck, I forgot it. It was a good one. Ahmed, I saw you coming on.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are forgetting that the facts of the matter of it, right? So just go with me for a minute here and listen to what I have to say. You have a country called Israel who is technically they've been at war or conflict or skirmishes with the Palestinians for 75 years now. They have to develop an Iron Dome program. They have to develop a system of keeping, Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza separated from the citizens of Israel. They have to have walls, fences, guard towers, right? They have army bases surrounding Gaza and the West Bank, right? They have all this massive amounts of security, military, firepower, armed, soldiers patrolling the streets, etc., 24/7, 365 for the last God knows how many years, right? So let's take that into account. Then all of a sudden, all of this stuff they've been building for years and years and years, the Iron Dome, the security, the army bases, the fences, the walls, the guard towers, the cameras,
the light posts, everything they've been building to maintain their security for 75 years or 50 years or 40 years or 25 years or whatever you want to call it, all of a sudden, it doesn't work. It's not an intelligence failure. They've been working and maintaining and perfecting this for God knows how many years, and all of a sudden, the number one thing that their country is all about, which is maintaining the security of their citizens, all of a sudden that goes out the window. Come on, let's be honest about that. Let's think about that. I'm not telling you to jump on one side or the other, but just think about that. Okay? I'll end it right there.
Then if I'm being honest, I'm going to ask you about the second and first intifadas. I'm going to ask about the PLO and Arafat. I'm going to ask about
that's a lot of questions.
I'm going to ask about the sex of the PLO that was Black September that slaughtered a bunch of Jewish athletes in Munich in 1972. There's not been a good faith organization in that part of the world to negotiate with since the PLO got a hold of it. Who the hell are the Israelis supposed to negotiate with? Hamas? The guys that say in their charter they want to wipe out a bunch of Jews? Those guys are going to sit at the table with you and come to some sort of agreement?
Well, they just sit at the table with Hamas, and Hamas said they didn't have the hostages to turn over.
Then they're lying. They're lying through their teeth. They're an organization who thinks they're an organization who thinks that suicide bombings on buses full of kids are cool. The Israelis, on the other hand, do not think that suicide bombers in buses full of kids are cool.
I agree.
Like, there is a complete difference.
Completely.
And let's not get it twisted.
All right, go ahead, Dr. Response.
Thank you. Let's not get it twisted, right? I do not think that these are the same groups of people. I do not just hear the word genocide and lose my mind and forget that I know how to think, and then I forget the last hundreds of years of history, but particularly the last 50 years of history. When I hear the word genocide, I don't become a burning retard when I hear that word, like some people in the room and in the world. But, I mean, yes, they don't think that blowing up school buses full of children is cool. They also don't think that having their own people killed and having basically no recourse because the world tells them to stop or Joe Biden tells them to be more gentle. I also don't think that is cool. I think the question is sometimes, like, what would you do? If you ask yourself that question, or if you ask yourself even the other question, what would America do? Israel is being extremely tame with the way that they're prosecuting this war, in my opinion. I think most people would agree.
I agree with you. Dr. Response,
I didn't see the US. I didn't see the US killing. I didn't see the US killing so many children.
Go ahead, who's speaking? You didn't
I didn't see the US killing so many children and women in the Iraq or Afghani war. And the idea that they have to plan it or ignore intelligence is not. They don't have to do that. You just have to create the conditions, because the conditions they were creating was fulfilling the purpose. They were displacing the Palestinians, taking their land slowly, in slow motion. And if any incident occurs that expedites the process, they can carry that action out. That was why an Israeli official called for the expulsion of Palestinians. They even released information publicly incentivizing Palestinians to leave the territory, that they were going to pay for them to leave. That is the whole plan. They don't have to, conspire to have their own people.
Way better than using a bomb on a bunch of
Hold on, Marshall. You ain't got nothing.
They don't have to conspire to have their own people killed. And the idea that people think that this is some kind of fair situation, it's not fair. You all know it's not fair. Nobody will be subject to such conditions and accept it. Here in the UK, the Irish people were fighting the British government. They almost killed Margaret Thatcher. They bombed her building. But in the end, what happened? There is peace now. Sooner or later, you have to talk if both sides are honest. And the truth is, Israel is the senior partner here. America is the senior partner. What have they done to try to reach peace instead of steal more land from the Palestinians? Let's face the facts here.
Hold on. Don't respond, Marshall. Don't respond just to respond. You made some good points. First of all, I want to welcome you and everybody else to Debate the News. Two Ninja, welcome. Cash in that little ticket thing. Actually, we won't be here that much longer. But listen, I love what you had to say. And my only question for you, because I hear this point a lot, like, Iraq and Afghanistan, they didn't bomb all the kids like that. But again, it's a different type of war. The way these, or do you think like the way the Hamas people are fighting like in the tunnels and hiding in hospitals and all that, stuff has something to do with it? I mean, it doesn't seem like, well, I think that's enough. And Two Ninja, welcome again. And please, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the audience, please come up, raise your hand. I'm sick of hearing Ahmed talk. I'm just fucking with you, Ahmed. It's sweet I'm talking about. Go ahead, Two Ninja.
Your question was about the
hiding in tunnels, hiding in hospitals.
I think if you want to go after people in the tunnels, it's quite straightforward. You wait for them at the entrances, take over the territory, occupy the area, wait for them at the entrances. Let them come out. You flush them out. Whatever you need to do to flush them out, you can flush them out. Bombing whole buildings, whole neighborhoods. Come on, let's face it. We know it's vengeance. And they are saying it themselves. They are not even hiding it. So this idea that you have to level whole cities to go after people underground, it should even make it easier.
Well, Two Ninja, how does war work where in Australia, where you're from? You say you're from where?
No, the UK. UK.
Same thing.
Okay. So, but in Gaza, it's different. Gaza, Israel controls the entire territory. It's not very large. You can go in there, occupy the area, and ensure that let them remain underground. Let's see how long they're going to stay underground. They're going to come out, and you just get them instead of just bombing the whole neighborhoods. What is the purpose?
Are they going to come out if they're stealing the food and keep bringing it down there?
Yeah, that was my point. It's going to be like they're not going to. They don't have to come out. They got food stuff coming in for the hospital.
How many holes have they got? How many holes have they got?
Thank God you're not the fucking general and do it. I mean, thank God you're not our general. I mean, you don't know. You're not over there. They could stay under those tunnels. They've got ways to get the food down there through the hospitals, other ways. You don't know they're just going to come out. If it was that easy, do you think they would do that?
And I'm
like I said,
come on, Two Ninja.
There's only a few holes that they have.
You don't think that these fellers, first of all,
they're
why
spend all these years building tunnels, so they have to come out of them? Come on. This guy.
No, hold on. How many? Can you give us an estimated number of entrances they have to the tunnels? If you have it, the Israelis definitely have more soldiers.
I have no clue, but common sense would sink in at some point in time and tell me that if they're going to spend all that time to build these tunnels, they're going to have a way to exit other than just the entrance everybody, the enemies can see them at. I mean, think about it. I mean, your solution was information. We said, well, just wait till they come out of the thing and you get them then.
Either you smooth them out.
I mean, come on.
What I'm saying is that either you smooth them out. You can poison the tunnels. You know that. And if you cannot poison the tunnels, what you are describing, that they should level the buildings, still has the same issue you are describing. Because they can still do whatever they are doing, like they are doing now. What is the point of killing so many women and children, leveling hospitals, that some of the hospitals don't even have tunnels there?
Because
what is the point of all that?
Hamas is hiding. They're using their people as shields. That's what it's been reported. We've seen that. We know that's what they're doing, right? So, I mean, why do you think it's that easy to just go ahead? I mean, how else do you want to get to them? If you have that solution, please go over there and tell them. These people that
I'm not an armchair general. I just have seen so many.
Well, I know, but you're acting like that, and you have to. Not that I.
Ninja, why you
Americans don't fight like
Ninja? Why you acting so naive about this? You know what they're trying to do. They're just trying to wipe them out and take their land, which they've been trying to do for the last 2 years. So I'm saying, like, why are you going around? Like, they're just completely wiping them out.
Adam is
so
hold on 1 second. I want to hear Adam talk to Ninja. Ninja, let's let him ask his questions or get his point. Adam, keep it under 30 seconds. Let's see.
Yeah. So again, we've been seeing this plan. They've been doing this. They slowly have basically sieged the Palestinians. They've literally trying to wipe them out for the last 30 years, one way or another. Some of these policies are, direct. Some of them are, behind the scene. Nevertheless, the objective is to eliminate them, and they have effectively accomplished that. They've killed 30,000 innocent people, women and children. technology they have. They know what they're doing. This is not hidden. So again, you look at it, they have effectively weaponized anti-Semitism and victimhood, and to the fact of creating genocide. And we just know this. I don't like, Ninja, like, I think you just got to call it out what it is. Stop, going around the bush.
All right, Australian Ninja, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I agree with him. It's just that I was responding to the lady that was saying that we shouldn't necessarily kill so many people or conduct the conflict in a more reasonable manner. Like the UK, they fought the Irish. They didn't go about killing children left and right. They almost killed their prime minister. I just told you just now. The prime minister was in the building, they blew it up. They killed government officials. They killed members of the royal family. I didn't see the British go and level the entire area.
Yeah, because the Irish.
I didn't see Americans level Afghanistan even. No, let's face it. America didn't level Afghanistan. America didn't level Iraq. The idea that you go about doing this type of killing.
Ninja, it took them 20 years and $10 trillion. And Israel's not.
And it still did not work.
Of America.
Yeah, though, at the same time too, like Americans were not going in there to invade and take over their land and eliminate Iraqis. Israelis want that land. They want those people out of that land. So that's what they're doing. So effectively, what they're doing is genocide, ethnic cleansing, and they effectively actually executing it to the T. They feel like it's horrendous, and we all just discussing it. It's sad.
Go ahead, Dr.
Thank you, sir. I agree with you, right, that a portion of Israelis, I agree with you. You do want to take that land, not because they're necessarily greedy landowners, but because they feel that they are threatened at all times by these people who hate around them. I agree with you. And I agree with you that they might do some things, or certain portions of the Israeli government and people might support, but aid that, taking over that. But that's a far cry from them going in and targeting or even trying to not mitigate civilian casualties. Those are two totally different things. They have to be discussed separately with a lot of nuance, and I don't think making it so simple, like you put it, is giving anyone justice.
No, yeah.
Follow up and then just D. That's why you come off mic. You're up next.
No, I don't think you got to understand what they've been doing for the last 20 years. Like you speak up right now, they have taken these lands from them already. Like we have known people, Palestinians, who lived in their homes for 30 years, and Israelis came and took their land, and not only took their land, took their house and kicked them out. And these old Palestinians, you see them, they like walking around the neighborhood, like outside the gate, looking at the house. Like this has been a policy that's been implemented for a long time. It just now what you're seeing it is being exaggerated to the thousands of times, which is, in effect, is a genocide. So instead of just taking their lands, and then pushing them out, now they're just literally just killing them off because, they don't want them around the street. They don't want them around. So either Palestinians either need to pack and leave, or within 40 years, 50 years, they're just going to be like what the Indians were in America. You're just going to see a few of them, and maybe in somewhere, in only a casino or something with a little patch of land. That's what's going to be in 40, 50 years, effectively. But what they had to do right now is they just had to expedite that process. And they do that by just bombing the hell out of them. Which,
I'll let
the
next person go. I'll say real quick, Bart. I'll let the next person go. I'll say I agree with Adam, but I don't think that necessarily, right? If you're growing up and raising your children in an area that you around you and you have more power, guns, bombs, and political influence from them, I would do the same shit.
All right, and I do agree with you that you do the same shit, right? I'll do the same shit too, right? So I don't disagree with you, though. But what I'm saying is, if you're looking for peace, right, how long are you going to keep doing the same thing? It's never going to work. You know, my point has always been from the beginning, right? You have to figure out a way to live side by side. That's the only way you could bring peace to that area, right? Because, yeah, you could bomb, you could kill all these mass people. I mean, you're only breeding a new generation of like terrorists, quote unquote, right? Because that's what's going to happen. And like somebody said earlier, right? We define, the West defines the mass as terrorists. Most Palestinians don't consider them terrorists because they're like freedom fighters, just like the IRA was in Northern Ireland. You know, just like the Baskets in Spain. You know, so that's where the conundrum is, right? If the people don't see them the same way that you see them in the West, you know, and you say, okay, like we're gonna wipe you all out because you know you're a terrorist group, and the people feel like, you know what? The only reason why I'm asking to cry in the first place is we're looking for a savior, someone to like stand up for them, right? To fight for their rights. So, but if you create a solution, I mean, America can do that. You know, they'll really get into it, tell them, say, yeah, we need to create peace, right? If you really do that and find a way that you create like a two-state solution, I'm telling you, the Palestinians themselves will get rid of Hamas because everybody wants peace.
The Israelis will never go for a two-state solution.
But that's where the problem is, though, right? So it's never going to end.
Go ahead, Anthony.
It's going to end, but the Israelis will never go for a two-state solution. Things have a way of working themselves out, brother. But it's not going to be a two-state solution. That's just not going to happen. It literally won't happen. So, you know, go back to the drawing board. Come up with a different solution. You know,
what's your solution, Anthony?
Bart, I can't talk about that in this stage, man. This is not a safe space. So.
Maybe it's almost complete. We'll wait till 11. Hey, I want to hear from the ladies after Anthony answers this. After Anthony answers this, I'm going to Madeline and Yvette. Be ready. He'll go for a while, so you have plenty of things to think about.
Look, man.
Go ahead, Anthony.
If I was in a leadership position, my goal is to save my people, to take care of my people, to try to put them in an environment where they can thrive and they can self-actualize. That would be my goal as a leader. I would stop and I would look at the landscape. I am not, you know, looking to make martyrs because I'm not just going to throw, you know, kids at a problem. Like I'm not gonna keep doing the same thing over and over again. You know, listen, I can't callously, you know, speak to my solution, but at the same time, I'm not gonna just keep on doing what they've been doing. It's just, as a leader, you know, there has to be some difficult, tough choices made. And, you know, if you want to preserve life, you know, you're going to have to seek out alternatives, and I'm going to leave it like that.
All right. That sounded like my wife trying to decide on a restaurant to eat at.
Exactly.
All right, Natalie, are you ready?
Bro.
Oh, go ahead. Somebody said.
No, it was me, Anthony. I was just messing with you, bro.
Okay. Madeline, or did she leave?
Me?
I would love to hear a woman's perspective and a voice that's actually soothing. Respectfully, Anthony.
You don't find my voice soothing, bro?
No, I'm just trying to make that chit chat.
I wouldn't be trying to play a woman like you were.
Go ahead, Madeline. Do you have a perspective? Otherwise, we'll go to Yvette and Aqua Amy.
I'm just listening. I'm still taking it all in, and
what have you taken in so far? I'm very curious.
So much. You know, I just know that we don't have a full understanding, and some of us, we can't relate. You know, it's just a lot, and it's you know, I'm going to be an optimist, and it's going to work out. But I got to see this to the end, and I'm very sympathetic to both sides. It's just it's a God-sized problem. It is a God-sized problem, and we don't have the answer. And thank you for letting me speak.
Yes, ma'am. I'd love to hear you speak more. and next time actually have an opinion on something. I'm just kidding. No, I agree. It is tough. It's hard for both sides. But yeah, welcome. Everybody welcome. Yvette, are you ready or another lady?
I'm here, Barth.
I'd love to hear what you're thinking about tonight. About
I have a lot of
overall
thoughts.
opinion.
Yeah, you follow me on Instagram, so you've probably seen my little rants here and there. And I could approach this from many angles. I could speak to how I sympathize with Israel and what happened on October the 7th. I could speak about how I condemn terrorism and Hamas. But I'm going to speak about how I just recently found out that Israel was accused of war crimes, official war crimes that occurred prior to October 7th. So I think it'll be really interesting to see, because the U.S. government is not even saying what occurred. They said we're not going to go into details. So I think once we learn what happened prior to October 7th, and not that it's going to give us sympathy for Hamas, but in every argument there's three sides, right? Left, right, and the truth. So there's that. I also am a victim of domestic violence. And the best way I can get you to step into those shoes for 5 minutes is to say that I was a young lady who did really well in high school, graduated, moved out on my own at 18 years old, had a place, full-time job, did really, really well, was very independent. I met a guy who mind fucked me more than you could possibly understand, to the point where I was getting abused and didn't have the mindset to get myself out of it, could not get away from it, didn't have the power to, didn't have the finances to, didn't have the support system to. So I think it's really important that we don't think of Palestinians or even the Israeli people as us or as our perspective. We have to remember that these are people who have been through hell. When you are oppressed, when you are treated like an animal in a cage, you're going to react like an animal in a cage. Not that that's right, but having studied human behavior and psychology, we have to think about these things. If you were starved, you would lash out to eat. And so I am giving grace, not to Hamas, but to these Palestinian people that don't have a choice. I follow a lot of people online. I've posted a couple of the links to the pages. If you want to see real time what it's like when they're there and they don't have food, and you see 7-year-olds selling hand-rolled donuts, it's just very difficult to watch from a human perspective. The man that spoke before, just saying that we have to infuse love. We have to find it somewhere, because if not, we'll kill each other. All of us will kill each other. We'll kill each other on this stage. So just trying to bring it back to a human level. But like Madeline said, this is a God problem. So my very last point, if anybody's interested in looking about the red heifers, looking into the mosque, looking into what potentially...
Hold on, what's a red heifer?
A red heifer is a young cow that has neither been milked or yoked, which means she hasn't given birth. She has to have all red hairs. In the Bible, a red heifer will be sacrificed. The blood will be thrown in the direction of the mosque that is currently in Gaza. And Israel wants it. They want that land. The Bible foretells of a third temple being built where that mosque stands. And so when Israel got special permission, because Israel's not even allowed to import animals to their country, when they got special permission to bring in 5 red cows from Texas, there's Texas, count 1, Gaza knew about it. The Palestinians knew about it. There's reports, you can look this up. I don't ever say anything on this stage that I can't back up. I'll just say that. When they found out, the Palestinians found out about these red heifers, things escalated. There's a lot of things behind the scenes, because what that means is that Israel's going to make a play for their land. So it's almost like somebody standing out your side of your house and like picking a rock up and kind of just tossing it up and down. Are you just going to sit there and stare at them from your window? And I'm not justifying bad behavior, but there's so many things at play here. So it's real interesting to get heated, and I could sit here and, scream to God, question babies, like I feel that same way. They're killing kids because I'm a mom. So that's, really resonates with me. But my intellectual side knows that there's so much more at play. I don't think that there's an easy resolution. I do wish that there could be more precision attacks, because I just hate to see the videos of the kids. It breaks my heart. So anything to make that end.
No, I 100% agree. 100% agree. When you said red heifer, I thought that was the type of bull that kicked positive in the head, man, have a crooked eye. No, hey, so it is really going back to like the conditions. I was watching, I think Al Jazeera, one of them today. The sewage is literally seeping through people's walls now, and the conditions that you see these people and the kids living in is absolutely is why we're all here. Like, this has to stop. Everybody at least agrees on that. So, yeah, just it's heartbreaking, but it is war. I mean, what gets me is like y'all said it. You know, they're getting fed. They come out of the tunnels if there wasn't food. How are they getting it? Their wives have got to stop bringing it. They're, you know, whoever is, it's never going to end because of the way they're fighting. The only way it would end is like if they said on May 17th and they dropped a bunch of flyers, you do not be in Raw, but everybody come to this place, pick you on buses and get out of there. If you're not, we found where you are, Hannah. And they like have to go through like security and all this stuff. Anyhow, that's a bar dream. But yeah, ladies, let's keep it going. Or men. Actually, you know what? Let's have our first check-in of the night with Aurora. What's your opinion on this? We'll go to somebody else after that. Yap, I've got to hear your opinion at some point, too. Go ahead. If Aurora doesn't come off mic, go ahead, Dr. Responsible.
Do you, but you want Michael Yap's opinion?
Yeah, let's keep it under a minute, and let's keep off the flowers and anything personal, all right? What's your opinion?
Nothing sexual either.
Don't give them the idea.
Yeah, I don't know. You see, there won't be any solution because, you know, if they want to have one state solution, you know, they may not be the government. So if they want to have a two-state solution, they don't feel safe at all. So they want, I mean, the Israel, the Jews, they want to have the whole area belongs to them. That's all. This is very clear now, very clear. It all boils down to land. They want the land. That's all. They want everyone Palestine to get out from that piece of land. And that's all. I sum up. It won't be any solution. The only solution you have is, you know, stop supplying money, stop supplying weapons, and that will only stop the chances of stop. If we were to do that, the chances to stop genocide is only 90%. If you want to have 100% genocide, stop genocide 100%, just put a nuclear bomb into that area. Everybody die. So genocide finish.
Yeah, I get it. Yep. Well said. Hey, I appreciate y'all. This is one of the things I can't wait for when we make the big move to Chatter. Getting to see Yap in person, and we'll have a big show. You all get to meet my daughter, Bart Jr., who's an orangutan. And I will bet anyone on this stage $100,000 that I do have a daughter that's an orangutan named Bart Jr. Stay for Chatter. You won't believe it. You'll see it in person. All right. I want Aurora. Oh, that's going to happen. She's going to teach Kegel exercises. I'm going to be the wealthiest feller. I'm going to be the wealthiest feller on the app in that tip picture.
You're talking about your daughter and Kegel exercises.
No, Pearl's my wife.
Yeah, listen up.
Pearl's my hot wife. All right, Aurora, are you ready? Otherwise, we'll go back to some fellers. All right, anybody?
Oh, please.
Can I go?
Oh,
yeah, let's go, dog.
They're asking you if you want to speak.
No. It's all right. We got away.
No.
Go ahead, dog.
Yeah, I
I just want somebody to help me with this whole situation about the Palestinian that outside of the Palestine right now, the outside of different countries, United States, England, and all these places, right? They're not allowed to go back to their homeland, and those people they're from there. So the condition that the UN, the United States got themselves involved to block those people not to come back from the Syria camps to all these places, Egypt and all that stuff. Once they done that, and they can establish those people can return, then will be a peace. The Israel themselves, they said that those people are not allowed to come back, even though they're Palestinians. So can somebody help me try to make this make sense for me? Why is it those people are not allowed to come back home? That's the only question that I can ask.
That's a great question. Ahmed, you seem like the man to answer that. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Are you talking about the right to return?
The right to return, yeah. The right to return never got established, and the right to return for the Palestinian outside of Palestine, even in Canada, United, all over the globe,
right?
They're not allowed to go back. Israel put that condition, United States follow for that, and those people, if they cannot come back home and build their own country themselves, the doctors, the engineering, then there will be no. That's pretty much what I'm trying to get to.
So I'm not completely 100% an expert on this, but what I know about the right of return is that there is a law, whether it's written or unwritten, or it is a standard of practice, whether it's in law or it's not a law, or it's just how things are done or are allowed, is if you are Jewish, whether you were born in Los Angeles or Warsaw, Poland, or Tokyo, Japan, or anywhere else in the world, you are allowed to go to Israel, have citizenship, and have a home and all the rights afforded with Israeli citizenship, no matter where you're born or where you're from. Now, if you are Palestinian and you or your family or anything associated with that, you, your family, relatives, whatever, were forced to flee over the last so many years because of the multiple skirmishes, or from 47, 48, or from the Nakba, or from the 67 war, or whatever it is, and you left because of these reasons, you are not allowed to come back. You're not allowed to return and have citizenship. You're not allowed to move your family back home or any of that kind of stuff. So it is kind of a one-sided law that if you are Jewish, whether by birth or by conversion or whatever, no matter where you were born, where you grew up, what your nationality is, what your heritage is, you are allowed to go back to Israel and become a citizen and receive all the benefits associated with that. But if you're a Palestinian, Middle Eastern, Muslim, whatever you want to call it, you are not allowed to go back and move back home and go back and establish a home or residency or citizenship. So it is technically a racist law that applies to only people of the Jewish faith, but no one else.
Oh my God! It's not racist.
All right, go ahead. Come on, Don.
Is that law signed by the United States or the Israel itself or the UN?
I think you're taking a dump. What'd you say?
I was asking the law, is it was being signed by the United Nations or is just by the Israel itself?
I don't think that's a United Nations law. I think that's an Israeli law or practice, whatever you want to call it. Like I said, I'm not 100% confident of whether it's a law or a practice or something that just is allowed by society or people over there or not. But that's the general gist of it, the general practice of it.
Ahmed, are you talking about the law in Israel, as in people who are Palestinians from Gaza and the West Bank not being able to return to Israel or not being able to return back to the West Bank and Palestine?
Not even being able to come into the borders at all, what have you not, to move, to relocate, to, like you said, there's that, I don't know if you want to call it a trope or a meme or a talking point, or you can even call it fact, where everyone says, well, if you were a Jew that was born and raised in Brooklyn, you have more rights in Israel than you do as a Palestinian who is actually from Palestine, meaning being able to move, have citizenship, have equal rights, being able to have healthcare, education, etc., etc.
versus a Palestinian with lineage or direct family ties to the country, you're unable to do that.
Okay, so I mean, every country can dictate its immigration rules. Like, for example, America has got its immigration rules. Why should Israel change its immigration rules to fit other people's notion? How is that racist?
It's racist by if you were Palestinian from Palestine and you were forced to leave, or you fled, or there was conflict or war or what have you not, and you had to flee, especially like how many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that had to relocate to Jordan and other parts of the world, they're not allowed to come back. Meaning, hey, let's just say in the 67 war or the 48 war or whatever, one of these, major skirmishes or events that happened, people fled, right? Like in Gaza right now, they're fleeing from the north to the south. People fled, meaning, and if you want to use this example, if people in Gaza fled from Rafah into Egypt or into the Sinai to escape the war, they would not be allowed back.
That's where I'm trying to get clarity, because Israel has got its boundaries, right? And we've got about 2 million Palestinian or people with an Arabic background. Are you speaking of those people within those boundaries? Because if you're talking about Gaza and you're talking about West Bank, you're talking about territories, that is not Israel's land, right?
No, it's whether you fled years ago or if you fled just recently to escape or run away or get away from whatever it is.
So you left for Israel. From Israel, so the Palestinians from Israel.
Yes.
So the Palestinian who was causing trouble in Israel.
Oh, we're not, okay, hold on, no, slow down, causing trouble, where's that coming from?
Oh, no, you said they fled. Why did they flee?
Because of
they were getting murdered. That's why.
Israel is murdering Palestinians in their boundaries. And I'm not talking about Gaza, I'm not talking about West Bank. Do you have any material where Palestinian Israelis are actually being persecuted?
Let me tell you about people who have fled. Okay, so I am not indigenous to Palestine. I'm not Palestinian, right? I'm Syrian. But my father and my family are from Damascus, Syria. But they moved to Jerusalem when my father was very young, and he grew up there, right? But during the 47-48 skirmishes, the Nakba, and all that kind of the uprisings and stuff like that, they were forced to flee to Jordan, meaning they had to run away to get away from the violence, the murdering, the skirmishes, the whatever you want to call it, right? Him and many thousands and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, Palestinians over the years, had to do the same thing. They had to run away from the wars, the fights, the stuff like that. But they were not allowed to return after the fact. Meaning, let's just say, for example, in World War II, the Japanese said, oh, we got to get out of Tokyo. We're going to take a boat to Korea and escape the fighting until it stops. Well, then all of a sudden, they're not allowed to go back to Japan. It's the same thing. They're legally not allowed to go back home. That's how it is.
Ahmed, it seems like you're kind of comparing apples to oranges. What I understand from the Nakba is this. The Arabs or the Palestinians who were living in the location were told by the other Arabic states that they actually attacked Israel, and they told them that they can leave and they're going to overcome Israel. And once they overcome Israel, they can return. But Israel actually won. That's the history that I understand. And then the Arabs who stayed amongst the 2 million who are living peacefully and enjoying the benefits. I mean, obviously there's discrimination everywhere in the world. Like I'm a black person, I face discrimination, but I wouldn't say America has got a government policy to discriminate against black people because somebody discriminates against me. So I wouldn't say even Israeli discriminates against a Palestinian. It's a government policy. So what specific government policies within the boundaries, the territory of Israel, do they have that discriminates, persecutes, genocides Palestinians in Israel? I'm not talking about West Bank. I'm not talking about Gaza.
Yeah. So let me tell you where you're wrong, okay? Because apparently the information you've heard is maybe convoluted, right? So there's no Arab countries that attacked Israel in 47, 48. This was the uprising. This is the fights between the Palestinians and the Jews that have recently come from Europe and stuff like that.
Answer his question instead of this.
Who's talking?
Doctors.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, Doctor Responsible, be responsible and stay on mute.
I sent him a text to say that.
Well,
I'm serious. I'm just kidding. All right, let's get to it because I want to hear your opinion.
We got like 5,000 people in here.
Okay, well, you asked me a question. I'm answering it. So there's not an Arab state that said if you want to come in 47, 48, we're going to attack you, can come. No, these are people that were fleeing a conflict in a war zone. Assassinations, murders, skirmishes, whatever you want to call it. These are people who are fleeing for their lives with their families and their children, right? They had to get away for their safety. So they left, right? And when things calmed down, they wanted to come back. They were not allowed to come back. Even though they were indigenous, they were born there, they were citizens, they were not allowed to come back. So this is right of return. These people are not allowed to return to Israel or Palestine or whatever you want to call it right now, right? They are not allowed to come back to their homes. But if you were born Jewish in a foreign country, you are allowed to move and repopulate. But if you're Arab, Palestinian, Christian, Muslim, whatever it is, you are not allowed to. So you tell me how that's not racist.
Yeah, that's revised history, but I'll let somebody else.
All right, others. Hey, first of all, welcome to Debate the News. Love hearing a new voice. It's amazing how much you look like Samuel L. Jackson. And make sure you follow us over to Chatter. We'll be there shortly at some point. It is going to be worth the wait. I can promise you that. Hey, Ken, you're kind of winning the gift contest tonight. Sounds like you got a lot of opinions with your thumb. Let's hear what you have to say on the topic. If he doesn't speak up, I'd love to hear from a lady. He probably won't speak up because he's going to act like a lady. Go ahead. Respectfully, ladies. Ken, you got an opinion or just the thumb gift guy? Oh, be right back. It's probably Big Mike. All right, ladies, let's hear from you. Or
Aurora.
Go ahead. Yeah, Aurora. That's why that's who I was going to go to. How you doing, Aurora? Good.
Hi, Barks.
Man, I could go all night with this, but all right, come on, let's keep going. David, Don, Sam, I want to hear new voices. It's a new voice time.
I just want to say this real quick. For the people that always say, how come the Jordans and then the Egyptians don't take those people? The Israeli government knows that as soon as these people go to Egypt, Egypt accept them, they're not allowed to come back, as I said it earlier. So if Egypt takes them, Jordan takes them, wherever they go, they will never come back. And that's the reason why they say, I'd rather die here than lose in my land and never come back and never see it. You'll be in a refugee for the rest of your life. As long as now send out rules of when the government of Israel send those rules, it's not coming back. So that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, why was that? Why is that even acceptable? Like, as a solution? Why should these people leave their land? Why they should have to go to, like, you know what I'm saying? So either they leave their land or be killed off.
Well, that's the option they're given. That's exactly what you saw in the news yesterday, where it says President Biden is now drawing up a plan to take in Palestinian refugees. Why is the United States?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Why is the United States drawing up a plan to bring in refugees from Palestine, from Gaza? See,
because
can you hear me, Bars?
Yeah, we can hear now.
The election.
Good evening.
Wait, did you hear me earlier?
No.
We didn't hear you. I've been trying to talk for the past 45 minutes.
Okay, that sounds like a
I go on mute. Go.
And I got
Actually, let's let her go. This won't work well.
That's what I was saying. Go ahead.
Oh, boss, seriously, that's not cool at all.
My name is Bob, not Bob. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Just finish what you were saying. It doesn't matter anymore.
Right.
No, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead. I lost my track of myself. No, what I was saying, like, Ahmed was saying is, like, I think this is part of the policy of, eliminating these people, from the face of the earth. So, like, that's why I'm saying, like, if the policy, if there's not a drastic stop to what's happening right now, they are going to be eliminated in 40, 50 years. Because either they're going to have to flee their land or or they're gonna get killed off, which they're already being killed off. The Egyptians doesn't want to take them in because they have their own issues. They can't take in that much people, and nobody else wants to take them in because obviously other than the only ones who can take them is the Western countries, which is America. And so America is gonna help Israel basically execute this policy of eliminating these people, which is unfortunate. And then you're talking about this is not new. So you're talking about the settlements they already have taken from these people. So these settlements they already these settlements that or this development they create they built on top of these settlements. These lands were not empty. Like people lived there. Like people farmed on this land. So they have already kicked off these people. They have already put them in the corner. So now they have put them in this particular zone, which is much easier to bomb, much easier to basically just slowly kill them off, and either the Americans or the West takes them in, or like in 50, 40 years you would not hear about Palestinians. You'll hear about them in your book history or our kids' history books. Will talk about how they existed, and there might be pockets here and there around the world. And they'll have some, gathering, and they'll have, a day of remembrance, and that's how it's gonna be.
Like Persians, like they pushed up the Persians.
Ahmed, hold on 1 second. I saw Yvette's on mic, but I also think I saw Tina earlier. Let's go to those two, and after that, and then I heard a lady. Just anybody but Ahmed.
Those aren't men.
I'm not a man. Hold on, I'm not a man, first of all.
No, I said anybody but Ahmed. Please, Tina.
I was like, hold up, Barb.
No,
okay,
ma'am, I would never disrespect you. Go ahead.
Kidding. Go ahead. Aurora was trying to talk earlier. I don't know what she was trying to say.
Okay, so what I was trying to say
Okay, go ahead.
What I was trying to say was Israel is actually not the actual owners of the land. They are the caretakers. And every 50 years, and the original Israelites, just to face it, they were not white, they were black. You look at the history, and if you look at this, like this whole thing, they're trying to commit genocide and wipe out every Palestinian because they believe, so the Bible says they're the caretakers of the land. They are allowed to on that land, but they're not allowed to have the Jewish state on that land. Do you understand? Like, there's two differences. They're allowed to have their people because a lot of other people are on that land too. It's not just fucking people. People don't understand. Even on their own land, it's not just all white Jews. There's also black Jews. There's a lot of Middle Eastern Jews too. People don't realize this. People don't know their history. Okay, and when you look at it from the perspective of the caretakers of the land, because it even said it according to the Bible, Israel is the caretaker of the land, not the owner. The Israelites inherited the land from God, but they could not permanently sell it. Instead, the land had to be returned every 50 years to the original inheritors. The Bible does not present land or peoplehood in the same way as modern law or nationalism. And that's what people fail to realize. And because of that reason, and if you really want to go back and get technical, because I have a lot of points here.
27 seconds.
Can you give me a second? Because I've been fucking waiting an hour.
Aurora, calm down. Calm down.
I'm trying to make a point.
You got 27 seconds.
Jews have no legitimate claim to a land of modern-day Israel. A two-state solution is already a major concession made by the Palestinians. So a lot of the things that people don't realize that they believe or what they're led to believe, it's actually not the law. And if you would have let me finish, I would have gone more into it about the British
Congressman, more seconds
about the laws and the courts and how they're supposed to uphold it, and they're not. And that's been brought up in the news multiple times in the UK as to why they're not being brought into court because of war crimes and everything else that Israel has done against the Palestinians. And I'm off the fucking mic.
All right, Aurora, actually, hold on. Don't go nowhere because I kind of want to move the topic in about 12 minutes to the war crimes thing, because I don't think that's being talked about enough. So well done on your first appearance for the night. Wasn't too many people offended, so I'm glad. Hey, who was talking? Okay, Tina, did you have something to say? If not, I saw Yvette's on mic, and if not, Ahmed, you're welcome to go.
Ahmed, okay.
Or Dr. Responsible, Tina,
And Jesus Christ was black. He was not white.
Jesus wasn't black. We don't know the color.
All right, listen. We all disagree. He's a really
It's said in
cool
the
fellow.
Bible too, and just so you know,
All right,
Lord,
Aurora, you're ruining your second appearance for the night. You did really well on the first. We'll get to that tomorrow, maybe. Tina, did you want to go? Otherwise, Yvette's.
No,
I just need somebody to go.
No, Yvette can go.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that it's been really awesome to watch all the frat boys take care of our flag on the campus.
Hotty toddy, that actually happened at my school yesterday, actually my town, at Ole Miss, where, instead of like going and like protesting for like shit you don't even know what's about or believe in, it's just that you're 20 and want to fit in. And
was that the dinosaur era back?
Hold on, let me make my jokes and get into stuff.
Well, you're old.
How dare you?
You look older than me, and I'm older
Aurora,
than you.
please. Aurora, please. If you do that again,
I know I got it, Caroline. It's fine. Because we always say if we do that again and nothing ever happens. It's funny. Bing makes that announcement every night. Cracks me up. All right. So yesterday, it all actually started with the fellers of a fraternity in North Carolina who, when the flag was taken down on their campus and put up something else, they put it back up. Well, yesterday, at the greatest school in the country, we're going to win a national championship this year, Ole Miss.
I saw a blind.
Word got out that about 11 o'clock, there was going to be a organized protest. So all the Greeks got together and said, all right, let's go over there and meet them. So you saw about, I would guess, an easy 4,000 people who decided instead of letting these people, yell or, okay, you get what I'm saying. Go anti-American. I'm not going to get into it. Y'all fucking heard it. When this started to happen, they said, you know what? Let's sing the national anthem. Oh, and when that long version got done, it was like Whitney Houston long Super Bowl. They said, let's sing God Bless America. None of this burning down, or not burning down, but whatever they did at UCLA. Our building that was built in the 1800s still looks as beautiful as it did the day before. Colleges, and you're feeling like today. I woke up today, like I'm like, I've never been more proud to be an Ole Miss Rebel. I woke up today and I'm like, you know what? The tide's kind of turning. Speaking of tide, Alabama did it yesterday. LSU did it today. Chicago, some fucking liberal school in Chicago. People are starting to say, you know what? It's time to be America again. And here's the sad thing. Everybody's talking about, Israel had warning. Well, what if it's the same warning we had last week? Does anybody know what our intelligence agency put out? We have information that leads us to believe that there will be a Russia-style attack? No. They want us to all protest and get in large crowds. And the sad thing, like 9/11, tragically, it takes something like that to get together. So maybe some frat boys from Mississippi can be the lead that says, you know what, we're fucking America and we're taking our country back. All right, that's Bart's little monologue for a little bit. I'm going to go on mute. Positive, put me in a 2-minute timeout.
Bart, I hated it for you last night when you had the link and, the room was open kind of late. Then when you finally got to talk, you were in the Matrix, and I hated that for you. I looked at the link, and then today I also saw videos on Twitter of what the college did, and I loved it. I did. I absolutely loved it. Do you have a link to post?
Yeah, I'll do that, but anybody can go on that Twitter machine and type it in the search bar.
That's true.
And protest, whatever. I'm surprised you haven't seen it. Well, they're probably not showing it if y'all are watching.
I've seen it, yeah.
No, I know you don't watch that, but does anybody have an opinion on this? Like, is anybody like, all right, this is cool as shit? Colleges are finally doing something, or any Canadians want to speak and just say it's just really mean?
Barth, I'm surprised that the FBI didn't put out an immediate watch list violation and say that white supremacists were taking over the country and that they were the most dangerous and lethal danger to America in the last 4 years. I'm surprised, I really am, because they do that about just everything else during the Biden administration.
Well, I mean, the frat guys out there protesting all have flip haircuts, wearing like
They are dangerous.
vineyard vines and like flip flops, and they're like way too fucking ugly for the hot ass girls that are all there. I mean, yeah, I don't think they're watch list material. But, you know, if they would have been in the vicinity of anywhere on January 6th, it may have been. Anyhow, moving on. We hear a lady from an opinion. Welcome to Dyslexia World, people. Leon, you've been a gift feller with the thumbs today. I'd love to hear the gift people think. See if their mouth works as good as their thumbs. Anybody? Help me out. Somebody speak up, please.
Well, Bart, here's something I'll say about the campuses. I think it's really sad that some of them are going to have virtual classes online. And, you know, it's close to graduation time. I read, I think it was on CNN today, that one of an ambassador or somebody who was going to speak at the college was now not going to go for fear of being hurt there. And, you know, there's many classes that you cannot do virtually online. You know, like if you're studying medicine or science or engineering, I mean, stuff like that is hands-on. And here, you know, they've paid their tuition and, you know, everything is almost over. But, I mean, I am for people to be able to protest. Please don't misunderstand me. I believe that. But, you know, it got to the point, though, where it got so bad, it wasn't peaceful. And then because of that, on the private property, they had to go to virtual classes. So I just really hate the whole thing, but I feel bad for the students, and I don't really see how they can do lab finals and, you know, different finals for the hands-on classes that you cannot do.
You know, and what's really sad is this graduating class, I'm sure y'all heard, they're the ones that didn't get to have graduation for COVID. Well, if they lived in a state that, you know, listened to all that bullshit. Not like, anyhow, so they're having to go through this same shit again. And this kind of leads me to my next question, or what I cannot get an answer to. And we'll just leave it to this college protest, or the protests that we've been seeing in general. At what point does it go too far? Because, you know, some of these assholes are going to get the idea of, like, we're all going to show up at the, since we couldn't, like, live in the tents and Soros bought us, we're all just show up at their graduation and ruin their day. Like, at what point, you know, blocking airports, you know, people trying to get to the hospital, you know, at what point is enough, or does it go too far?
I think that the point that, sorry.
Go ahead, Caroline, and then the other person will go.
Okay, thank you. I think
Don't interrupt the woman. Go ahead.
I think that the person's right ends when it infringes upon the rights of the other person, because, you know, they both have rights, so they don't, you know, I mean, and I'm not just saying this in, you know, reference to the college protest, but I mean, anytime if somebody's doing something to somebody else and they think it's not right, well, they can do it, right? But if their right ends to do something when it infringes on the rights of the other person. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am, but that's
You
like...
sound like a Trump supporter.
Well, I mean, that's
No.
really good in theory if people were, you know, normal, but they're not. I don't know. Hey, who was going to go?
Yeah, it was me.
Go ahead,
I think it was a good thing. Yeah, I think it was a good thing because the Gen Zs, at least, they found the cause that got them out of their rooms. Also, the reason why they are protesting is also important. We can't have humanity watch people getting, you know, we've all seen the images, and then viscerally they will react and say, no, this is not the future we want, and this is not the kind of world we want to live in. And I think it's a good thing that people are able to express their opinions. And I also think the way the narrative has been crafted to kind of malign the thrust of the argument. You know, I don't understand it. Why this is allowed? And then you also have the populists or the people in the country
that are somehow taking the side of who? Taking the side of the guys, the stronger side. I don't get it. The young people are doing what has been a tradition in America, and as a matter of fact, worldwide. This begs a question that I've been wrestling with recently. That in Hong Kong, there was a protest that lasted almost a year or more, and the protest ended when some of the people protesting were elected into office, and that was under China. But here, we can't even take a protest for a month or two, and we are losing it. And you begin to wonder who is truly free here. Because if you look at the way the media, they are covering the news, it's just, is this supposed to be a democracy where people are free to express themselves? And today, maybe it's the young people that are protesting for people that are getting massacred in Gaza. Tomorrow, it could be for the rights of fellow Americans. If you don't learn to support each other when this is happening, that's what they call solidarity in France. Tomorrow, something that is valuable to people within the country or other sections of the country will be happening, and you see this hostility from fellow citizens. And I'm not sure that is a good thing, especially in a world where we are beginning to see the elite get even more and more power. The wealth, they've already got it a long time, but they're gaining more and more power. And if you don't have a culture where people can express themselves, then what else is left? There's nothing left. So I think they should be cut a bit of slack. And these young people, I've given up on them. I thought they were dead. These people don't want to go out. COVID-19, they don't want to do anything. But they are becoming aware of the world they are living in, and they are taking risks. And I think it's a good thing. Thank you.
But the moment they heard the word genocide, they came right back to life. It was like COVID never happened. Their training kicked in, and they went ahead and just walked out into the streets of the college campuses and just, acted like morons. And when they're interviewed, no one knows what the fuck they're talking about. I agree with you. It's good that they're out there. It gets them out of their rooms, but I don't know that there's any value other than that.
I think I'm going to say this tonight, and I'll keep saying it, and I'll start saying this a lot more often. We have to be very careful about how we treat these protests, because if protests are seen as you protest and the cops and the military will come down on you like a ton of bricks, then it may be feeding into an agenda that somebody may have that wants to squash any idea of any future protests, right? Meaning, hey, we're going to make an example out of all these pro-Palestinian protesters because the election's coming up, and if there's any more protests that come out of the election, we want to scare people with the amount of force that will come down on a protest, meaning, we have to be careful, because if we show that these protests, even though there are bad actors who are causing problems and they all need to go to jail, but if we come down on every single protest like a ton of bricks with the law enforcement, it starts scaring other people not to protest, thus meaning someone may be having their agenda fulfilled, meaning, hey, we don't want protests in the future. We want to squash people's right to speak and to stand up, etc., etc. So if we make an example out of these Palestinian protesters, then it will give anyone else in the future who wants to protest on a different subject second thoughts about doing that.
Sir,
right? We don't really do that.
Ahmad, are you familiar with that? Already happened, by the way. There was a gigantic group of people in America who felt very politically activated, who felt not necessarily that the one side stole the election, but felt like there was cheating going on in 2020. But that, don't worry, exactly what you just described happened. People, including myself and others who were there with their families and others, were called because they were in the area on the day, even though they were nowhere near the Capitol building. Their credit card records were given over freely by the banks. Their locations were given over freely by their cell services, and they were addressed. They were interviewed. They were set down for questioning. Anybody who had any idea that protesting was still a viable way of reacting to civil dissidents in this country, don't worry. A huge majority in America, at least, were aware of the way that it works. Now, this might be a leftist thing. It leads me to believe that probably that won't happen. But if what you say is true, I don't want that even to happen to leftists. We should have protests in this country. But a lot of us are very aware of the way protest is threatened in America.
Yeah, I agree with you because, like you said, January 6th, people were protesting, right? And yeah, there was some bad actors who did cause problems. But look at it's been almost 4 years now, 3.5 years since that has happened, and they are still, incarcerating people, trying people, showing them if you go to a protest, we're going to lock you up forever and a day type stuff, right? So they're still trying to make an example out of protesters even 3.5 years after.
But that's not really
Thank
true.
you for being honest.
What you just said, right, that's not really true.
Oh, really?
Right, that's not true.
Explain.
Right, because there's been so many protests in America and people don't go to jail for it. All right, how many people went to jail for Black Lives Matter? Come on, man, let's be real. All right.
If we had women in power, we wouldn't have this problem.
Right, so
wait, what is the question? How many people went to jail for Black?
You know what? They set people up during Black Lives Matter. They
But
hired a
how many
bunch of
people-
people to
no,
make
what
it
I'm
look
saying
like Black people were robbing everybody, and it wasn't the case.
Exactly.
It's a group of people that were hired to terrorize people to make it look like a Black agenda to attack the Black people. Let's fucking face it.
So let's be real when we speak, right? People do all the time. People don't go to jail for that. When you break the rules and you break the law, right, then you go to jail. All right, people do that all the time. I mean, so when we start speaking like all this windows, and we make things seem like they're not really, like, come on, it's a problem. It's problematic.
Well, that's actually kind of hold on a second. That's kind of a good pivot about still staying on the topic. Are y'all seeing that more people, and maybe it's not more, I know it's at least half, are being arrested at these things that aren't students? It kind of goes back to what Aurora was trying to say. How many agitators? And how is all this getting funded?
So the government, it's the government that's on these people.
Hold on.
Well, my aunt explained it to me.
Hey, you got to take him to dinner first, Aurora. You
I'm
just can't
sorry,
come out and
Margaret,
say all that.
She told me how it's done.
All right, let's hear how it's done. This ought to be interesting.
They have a lot of these corporate agencies that are trying to push out a lot of these, inner city Black kids. They're trying to blame it on them when in reality, it was corporate funders. It was the bigwigs because they're trying to take over the population. They're trying to take over the neighborhoods, buy the land. They're trying to make all of these poor, small business owners go bankrupt. And what perfect way during Black Lives Matter to cause chaos and riot. I'm telling you right now, during Black Lives Matter here, Bath and fucking Brockton and Boston in here, they were lighting off fireworks and bombs and everything at the police. It was a fucking shit show. I was laughing because I was like, you know what? Get the fucking cops. They're pigs. So it's just the fact that it got really, really bad because they were getting set up and people were fighting back because they were blaming innocent Black people for doing shit when it was all a big corporate takeover for land and power and money and to drive all the small business owners out so white people could own everything.
Right, well, let's stay to this topic, and I'm curious from somebody else, what do y'all think about the media representing the colleges are just protesting, and this is they're rising up, the students are standing up, when the people, I don't know if y'all watch these streams that are coming out from these protests, and I'll specifically speak about UCLA, because that's the one that, in my opinion, was the worst, or Columbia even. How many of the people that are arrested weren't even students? Or if you've seen I'll post a link to some pictures of 8 people that are arrested of the 12 at the University of Florida one. They all had purple hair and nose rings and whatever.
Bob, did you hear about the news in Boston?
Oh, I heard about everything.
And what no, it's like my
You are a young dog with no
The other thing you're seeing, which is crazy as shit, is LGBTQ, huge, we're behind. Don't get a plane ticket to Gaza, filler. is dressing like a lady, they won't accept you there. I mean, it's just, okay, back to my point. What is going on with this being labeled as college protests, the people getting arrested? Many of these are more than we're in college.
It's a distraction, martial law. They're taking world dominance. It's all
Right,
a
you
distraction.
and I are on the same page. Let's see if anybody else agrees.
Are you really on that page? Like, I'm more than willing to say that at Black Lives Matter, there was agitators that were there and probably sent by either our government or people who want to damage the United States. I agree with that at the protests as well. But I just can't go as far as world domination. It's the Illuminati, blah, blah,
Why were
blah.
Jews building tunnels in New York underneath the synagogue?
I don't know. Does that mean
That's
they
what
want
I'm
to
trying
take
to
over
say.
the
They
world?
have tunnels in Israel, so that's it. Come on, I'm not going to. I'm just saying, people wake up. Look at what's going on.
Wake
They're
up
doing
to
it
what?
here, and you know, in the United States, they're building tunnels. What for? What was the purpose of all those Jews building those tunnels in New York?
Very good tunnel
They
argument.
want to do their own shit. I don't know if that means.
Why would they have no? You know what it's like.
I'm gonna try. This is entertaining.
I
Let it go.
It's scary.
Doing my job.
There's a reason why, and not just any person's gonna dig a fucking tunnel. And there was a lot of manpower that's been going for a long time there. They were digging tunnels for a reason.
You're right.
If there are a bunch of crazy
Hey,
dudes
Devon,
who
then
decide
go
to
to
build
Odie
tunnels.
after that.
Yeah, let me respond. Aurora, I'm here in Brooklyn, New York, where these tunnels they were very minimal tunnels. Okay, they weren't building massive tunnels, and those tunnels were from the pandemic because they had restrictions on how many people could go into the synagogue during the lockdown.
But baby, those are the ones they found. What about
Yes,
the ones
and
they
they were
haven't
not
found yet?
Aurora, let people land. Okay, because you're acting like they were building tunnels the size of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, right? These were
I never
small
said that,
incline.
though.
Yeah, well, the way you say it, you would think it was. It
building a tunnel in the
Aurora,
same
let me land. I just told you they were not massive tunnels. They were small, and they were used to sneak in and out of the synagogue during the lockdown because they did not want large amounts of people gathering during the
And
pandemic.
if they weren't doing anything wrong, if they're building the tunnel, oh, said the block.
That's his question.
Okay, those tunnels have nothing to do with anything. That's just, I have to bring some reality to whatever it is you may think the tunnels were built for. I'm telling you why they were accused of building tunnels. They're from the pandemic because too many people
Like
going to the
everything
synagogue
else
at one
makes
time.
sense in New York right now. Like everything, maybe you believe everything. Okay.
Okay, Aurora. All right.
All right, Otis.
I don't even know what to say after that. This is like
Why is it so hard to believe that somebody had an ulterior motive? Look at all the Chinese people they said that are taking over the land, and a lot of the poor farmers now can't even. Hold on. This is the point. This is about the war that's going on, right? They said even the farm owner was talking about he can't even afford to take care of his farm because a lot of Chinese people have come over here and bought farmland for a
What do you have
reason.
to say about that?
But come on now, like, can you not see what they have? They have enough to build
Hold on. I don't want to have to start putting you in timeouts. All right.
Sorry.
If you go down, it's a 30-second timeout. I'm the only one that does it.
Well, I had to get it all in one, sir.
Hold on. All right. Hey, we're gonna be here all night. I ain't got shit to do. All right, Otis. I know you ain't got shit to do. What's going on?
So all she's doing is she's overgeneralizing of people, right? Just because there are a group of Jews who are building tunnels, it doesn't mean all Jews. It's like a conspiracy of all Jews. And where it's bad is like, for example, okay, you feel like you can say that about Jews, you can say that about white people, but if you said it about us black people, then you'd be like, that's racism.
But what if it's a group of terrorists that are Jews?
Let me finish, Aurora.
I'm just saying. But y'all are so quick to think Israelis all.
Hey, last warning for a 30-second timeout.
But nobody sticks up for.
All right, 27 seconds. She'll be back up, Otis. Make it quick.
So that's the point I'm trying to make. We as black people would not accept that of us being generalized. So the very fact, going based on Christian principle, do unto others as you want them to do unto you. Don't be going around just generalizing Jews and saying all Jews are doing that. Those are crazy folks building tunnels. No, yeah, maybe there's a conspiracy with those individuals, those specific individuals. I could agree with her, but if to say all Jews or say all Chinese, that's not fair.
I think you'll disagree with a lot of her points, and you don't have to argue each one. So you get what I'm saying. All right.
She
I gotta read
it. She could say that.
That's all I said.
Yeah, but you tried to make it like somehow. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to know how you connect the tunnels from a Jewish synagogue in Brooklyn lead to the tunnels from Palestinians. I really want to know, because I don't think you're crazy. I just want to know.
I'm telling you, terrorists do the same thing. Just like there's terrorists here in the country that are claiming to be Muslim when they're not. They're radicals and extremists in the name of Allah, and that's not the way Islam works. The same. So that's what I'm saying. Everybody wants to stick up for the Jews, right? But nobody sticks up for the Muslims or the Palestinians, and they always want to think so highly and so nicely of the Jews. Why is it so wrong to think that maybe there are some bad Jews here in America that want to kill Palestinians? And a lot of Palestinians have been attacked on campuses, off the campuses, everywhere. A lot of kids, adults, doesn't matter. It's the fact that, why is it so hard to believe that there may be freedom fighters or people going out on their own and doing things that are not godly-like and maybe doing things they shouldn't be doing? That's all I was trying to say.
All right, that's not hard to believe.
This is
well done.
This is authentic. Can you guys hear me? I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it'd be awesome if you weren't on a Bluetooth authentic.
Yeah, I got. Can you guys hear me?
And you knew how to. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, let's give it a whirl.
Hey. So yeah, Aurora, I hear what you're saying, but so I appreciate the sentiment in regards to how Palestinians are kind of being talked about in the narration of history and stuff like that, but I think if you're going to give the same kind of leeway with one group, you also have to understand the persecution of Jews, and obviously, I think the last thing that you said is correct. It's like maybe there's a few people who are angry who want to kill Palestinians. Fair, just in the same way that there are Palestinians who want to kill Israelis. But when you're talking about a pandemic-related underground tunnel that was used specifically for synagogues, for places of worship, it does come across, and this is me speaking as a non-Jew, it does kind of come across like you're lumping those people all in the same category in the same way that I think Otis pointed out.
Oh, no, I never meant to do that. What I'm saying is, why would it be so hard to believe that there may be a group of people that are terrorists that are on the Jewish side is what I was saying. Not all of them. I have Jewish friends and Palestinian friends, okay? It hurts me. I want it to end on both sides because women and children should not be casualties of war.
I hear you, but what I think my point is that if there are Israel Americans, right, like people who are just Jewish in America, right, who would they be fighting? Would the underground tunnels serve them a purpose in America? Because that's not Israel. That's not.
That's why I'm saying a lot of people are trying to take a stance here in America on American soil for war reasons. For whatever reasons, it's like we don't always understand. Like I said.
Okay, so I'm just gonna point that back to you, right, in a very lovingly way. When you're saying, what about all the other tunnels that we haven't found? Then it's like you have to back that up, right?
But that's why I said the other night, people told me I was preposterous because I've seen films and videos where they've actually had Hamas organizations here in America terrorizing people. There've been attacks in New York. Before, there's been multiple attacks all over. And Hamas militant groups supposedly that are broken off here in America, and they even had people that came in through the border that admitted they were terrorists. So it's just it's kind of scary, honey. It's scary on both sides.
So Right. So, are you talking about just America, and does this
Just anybody could be a terrorist on either the Muslim or the Jewish side. It doesn't matter who they are.
No, I'm not picking a side, or I'm just saying that if you're going to talk about America, right? Then what I'm asking
It was the American border they snuck into, and the guy admitted to being a terrorist. I cannot remember.
Could you cite that? Could you actually
I'd have to go back. It might take me a little bit. I remember watching the video on it, and they said that they had so many people coming through. And one particular video.
I hear what you're saying, and I don't even.
The guy's name is Cash. He does a lot of stuff like on Border Patrol as well as New York too. But there's two particular guys. One guy.
A lot of people came through our borders that that shouldn't have come. That's a big problem that we have. I think. All I'm trying to do is give clarity. Clarity is kindness, right? And I think for like people who are Jewish on the stage, even people who are Muslim or are Palestinians. I'm not sure if there are any because I just popped in, but I think in order for like to kind of equate, like when you were talking about BLM and how there was agitators, agitation is different than a cabal, right? So like BLM, was the movement there? The movement was there, but people kind of fucked it up for them, right? And that will happen with all protests. So, when you're looking at UCLA and you're looking at the fact that for 2 hours, there was no police coming, like I hear the concern. I'm not even sure if that was addressed, but at least for me, that was a concern. Being that, there was one side that was heavily kind of like, they're being peaceful until they were provoked, right? But I just don't think that it's completely fair to talk about these underground tunnels and in like a cabal kind of.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. What I'm saying is that with those tunnels, I'm saying there could be many others that we don't know about that haven't been found that could be potentially a dangerous threat. Just like the president, and I agree that TikTok is a national security threat.
Right, and
they're prepared. Honey, I just want to finish.
TikTok now.
What I'm trying to say is that people have been preparing for a long time coming to America to attack, and with China buying up a lot of land here, and the farmers complaining because the Chinese people that are buying up this land, a large amount of farmland, especially, and jacking up the prices for farm people who can barely keep it up as it is. Yep. They're farming everything. The prices are so high. People are concerned because with everything going on, and that's why President Biden said that TikTok has 9 months to sell because they pose a security threat. Of course, they have our debit card. People are making money, getting paid online. They're sponsored with TikTok. Right. It's a huge security concern because they have all of our information.
We got it. You made a very great point 17 times in a row. What's interesting, actually, that you say that, Aurora? I read an article today. 243 and I think 263 today, the past 2 days, were the number of Chinese immigrants or whatever that were captured, detained, whatever y'all want me to say to not offend you. That number together was more than all of last year. Why is that? Does anybody
Biden looking for votes?
That's right. And Marty, let me ask you a question. Have you heard some chatter? Speaking of, chatter.io, Buff, be ready, it's coming. Have you heard some chatter about, maybe some planes getting ready to fire up and, bring in, 1 million of these people who are in a terrible situation in their country brought on by the people they're married to, that they may be coming here? And isn't it also convenient that you're starting to see stuff like the governor of South Carolina put out today about how easy it is to register to vote? Marty, do you have an opinion on any of that?
Oh, heck yeah. The Biden administration right now is using all these illegals that they're flooding in, coming in by bus, boat, train, however they can squeeze them in here. And they're looking for ways right now with everything that's going on. People are distracted by this, distracted by that, and they're just siphoning them in,
making ways for them to be able to vote. I mean, the shit's literally practically out there at this point. If you're that naive that you want to act like it's not out there because you're so gun-ho on this one political party, I mean, shit, hey, that's your life, but you're only lying to yourself. But
Marty, how do you know? How do you know those people are gonna vote for Democrat?
No. It's not about how do I know those people are going to vote. At the end of the day, I don't know that every single one of them are going to vote for Democrat or even a certain number or what certain number is going to vote. But to sit here and not realize that that is the plan, I mean, it's literally been said.
So where's your? I'm sorry,
Hold on, Adam, let's be honest. If somebody gave you a ticket to the greatest fucking place on earth called America, wouldn't you be kind of grateful and be like, yeah,
people can act as naive as they want on this subject, bro, but I mean, a fucking rock can see what's happening right now. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, dude, they've literally had videos, pictures, but you'll never see it on mainstream media because that's not the agenda being pushed right now. But there's all out there where they're literally being met at the border with Biden signs and Biden this and Biden that. And who are you gonna vote for?
Trump is our only hope, Maddie.
Bro, it's like I said, they're doing this right now for a ploy for votes, and not just for votes, but it's gonna drive a lot of people out of work. Because let's just be real, if they can bus in hundreds and thousands of illegals, put them up in hotels, fly them around the country for free, give them money, give them housing, I mean, guess what? They're gonna be working soon.
If we had female president,
that's all I'm saying.
I want to go to Just D.
I just want to say this one comment.
Well, no, you say that.
It's funny. If we had female presidents, nothing a blowjob wouldn't fucking fix. I'm just saying.
What the fuck?
Like, you honey, come here. Give me 30 minutes of your time, sweetheart. Best blowjob of your life, yes. Sir, world peace, yes. Sign the treaty. Boom, done.
Done.
You'd be saying crazy stuff, but but Jesse,
I'm not from Marty, right? But how do you vote without being that shit? That's number one, right?
All right, Taylor, you gotta speak up. Speak like a lion.
Can you hear me? All right, shit. How do you vote, right? Without being that citizen, that's number one. We all know you can't vote in America unless you're a citizen. That's one.
That's not true.
That's actually true, man.
No, in 30-some states you can vote in local elections. It's not legal in federal.
You're saying local, but we're talking about
But still.
Okay, I don't know about the local one. I'm going to check into that. All right, but I don't know. A federal, you have to be a citizen. That's number one.
Are you from America?
Huh?
Are you from America, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
That doesn't matter, or let him talk.
All right,
Quick to interrupt the paper. All right, 30-second timeout. 30-second timeout.
Wrong women, bro. That's great.
Right. I'm from America, right? And when you claim that they put out, like, you fight them all over the place, you give them all this extra benefit, right? What proof do you really have to actually do that? You know, because we all come with all these narratives, right? It's actually not true. Yeah, do they get some, like, temporary housing? Yes, they do. All right. But it's like permanent. It's not. You know, we all know it. Okay, and when you say they take your jobs, what do they taken away from you? Do you work minimum wage jobs?
Where do you live?
I'm in the East Coast.
All right. Are you in a city?
Yeah.
I imagine you're in a city. Are you in a city that's called one of them?
The blue states.
Well, no.
A sanctuary.
Sanctuary.
Yeah, sanctuary.
Are you in a sanctuary city?
I am. Yes.
All right. Have you seen an influx of immigrants in your city?
I mean, it's been.
All right. Have they had places to stay for free this whole time?
I mean, yeah.
Have they been given money, stipends, one would say, like $10,000 for this?
I don't know about 10,000.
Okay, we'll say 7,000. How about that? You know what? Let's just say $1,000.
Right.
Have they been given that?
Yes.
Do you know anybody else that's maybe even say let's American? I don't know how it let's American. Maybe say that's American. Like, I don't understand how you do. Hold on, I'll say it.
Wait.
Hold on, Sanji.
All right, I got
just get off your Bluetooth.
I'm not on Bluetooth, bro. I'm just listening.
You sound like you're driving or some shit. All right, go ahead, Justy. All right, Aurora, you can come back up. Be quiet.
All right, so this is the thing. When we say those things, right? I mean, I do agree with you, right? To a point that we have to like stop it. All right, we just cannot open borders. I do agree with that, but I think we over exaggerating stuff. Right? When we make all these claims, that's actually not true claims. You know.
Well, hold on. What's not true about what I said?
No. What you said. No. I was remember like when I came off mic, I was responding to what Marty was saying. You know, I just fly them all over the place, put them in hotels and have them vote. That's not correct. You know, nobody flies anybody over the place. Nobody can prove that.
Bro, are you kidding me? Oh, whoa, you know what?
They can't bust around.
Just
fly them all over the place.
All right, hold on, just let Marty go.
Let me ask you a question, just
right.
See, the thing is, bro, I've come off of Clubhouse for quite a bit. I don't think I've ever conversated with you on here. But you know, I'm like, you know what, Chad is coming alive, so let me bring it back. But dude, a lot of these things, you don't have to get all political and analytical and use fancy words and try to make it. Dude, all this information is literally in your hand right now, the way you're holding your phone. See, the problem is, I'm gonna show you something. The problem is when we're talking on Clubhouse and people want to look up information about a subject, they just quickly jump to Google, pull up the first few links, and are satisfied by what they get, not realizing you're being played. Because they know the moment we want information, we jump on our phone and we pull up the first few links, because the average person isn't going to take the time to actually dig through and get this information. Bro, what's happening right now with this immigration thing is one of the greatest threats to American safety, period, across the fucking board. But the thing is, bro, all of these things that I'm telling you, from the people being bussed around, this is coming from the immigrants themselves. Being flown on planes, this is coming from the immigrants themselves. Being given this money, this is coming from the immigrants themselves. What the hell do they have to lie about being put on a plane? There's people, there's independent journalists covering this shit night and day, going into these camps where they're sleeping, meeting them at the airport, in the airport, asking them, where did you just come from? Who paid for this flight? Dude, see, that's the thing, bro. Like I said, it's very easy to come up here, deny, say none of this stuff exists, because why? Because when you do look, everything in front of you tells you it doesn't exist. But do yourself the favor and just research, bro. Come off of the mainstream sites, come off of the main TikTok pages, you know, the Instagram, wherever it is you get your news from, and just actually dig. Because there's independent journalists out here who are doing real work that the mainstream doesn't want you to know about. And if you actually want to know, if you actually want to know what's going on with this immigration thing, before you just say, oh, it's not actually happening, everybody's just getting in their feelings, as a grown man, I would just advise you to do some research. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, I'm response to you, Marty. I've already done that, man. I don't read. I don't go on Instagram to get my news, so I actually do read. I actually read a lot.
And you're still saying that stuff isn't happening?
No, on the truth of the matter.
What you're reading. You're not.
You still believe? Hold on, Bart. But and with all of that, you still believe that none of this stuff is happening?
No. I never said none of this is happening. Remember, I said they do get some money. I did agree to that, right? And I did also agree that we need to stop the border flow. We need to do that. All right, but when we blow it out of proportion and make it seem like, you know, because just like what's Buckus asked me, do I live in a sanctuary state?
That's a lot. Hold on. Nobody's blowing the national security out
Can you chill, lady, please? Let him finish.
47-second timeout. Go ahead.
All right, so I do agree with what Marty was saying, right? But I'm just saying sometimes we tend to blow this thing out of proportion, right? Because we do that a lot out here. Depending on what side we belong to, you know, whether it's Republican or Democrat, we do that. The truth of the matter is, yes, there's a problem with immigration in America. We all know that. But how do we put a stop to it? It's not one party issue. All right, there's been solutions all over the place. Nobody wants to buy into it. All right, because it's a political pawn.
it's just you know when it wasn't an issue. Prior to the flow of what's happening right now, dude, immigration has never been an issue. Whenever the immigration conversation would come up, it's literally, it's not like you said, it's not a political thing. It's a ploy that's used because guess what? The country's built on immigration. The country's built on immigrants. There's Fortune 500 companies right now that would crumble to the ground if immigrants disappeared tomorrow. That's obvious. From day one, we know that. Guess what? Nobody ever even mainly talked about it like that. I mean, immigration would only come up during political times and anytime the government was trying to do what? Come up with another scare tactic about the drugs coming over the border and this, that, and the third, as if their hands aren't in it. But let's be real. When you're watching on from these journalists, from on the news, when you're watching hundreds of immigrants just walk through the border and border patrol agents are just filing them in to jump on buses to ship them off to a city, not tens, not hundreds, but thousands. When a state tries to defend the border, Texas, but then you have the actual president and his party telling them they need to pull back and allow the people to come in. See, that's when it became a problem. Like, and the thing is, like, it's like I said, because the country's built on immigrants, because there's so many families involved in this subject in itself, we are built to go to empathy. We're built to go to the soft side of it. But, bro, let's be real. There's people coming in right now from deep parts of Europe you ain't never even heard about. We see back then it was just Mexico. Bro, you got Chinese, just men, thousands of men coming from God knows where, and all of a sudden, no other country hates America because we're just this great country that nobody has problems with us. These other countries don't realize what's happening. You think they're not slipping people into, like, that's all I'm saying, bro.
Right.
It's not about blowing it out of proportion, but it's just like, let's just be real.
You're not blowing it out of proportion. In fact, if everybody will look at the link I posted on top, this is the stuff you're not going to see. Unless you do like what Marty said, you actually search for it. All right? My recommendation, don't listen to the media and say that Twitter's all bad. Be smart. Use their search bar. Type in what you want to see. And then read 20 different people's opinion or articles about it and come to your own conclusion. Because you're not going to see these stats. Internal DHSA data reveals that 45 plus U.S. cities that hundreds of thousands of migrants have flown into via Biden's administration CHNV mass parole program. The data obtained by Homeland GOP shows that these are the top 15 cities migrants flew into, the numbers during the 8 months. Number 1, Miami, 91,000. Fort Lauderdale, 60,000. First 2 states are Florida. No one's against Florida as far as what's going on. The list is all there. You can read it. You don't know about this. And if there was a problem with this, if this was like somewhat maybe not right, why didn't they tell anybody that it was going on? There's been 2 major things that they allowed to happen and let happen for like 2 months before they revealed it. And then were like, well, this is our super secret special plan we are just exploring. Look at the numbers. Marty, I don't know if you were in here, but I said there was like 243 yesterday and 261 today, whatever, past 2 days. Of military age men, you always hear that word, from China, that were just the ones that were detained. Those 2 days were more than all of last year.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, like, this is like, again, just to give me a second here. Let me just, I was trying to say here, like, this is nothing new though. Like, immigrants been coming here, and immigrants been a topic of political. Yeah, in the middle, you look at, back in the day, maybe not to a degree as it is right now. Like, do I agree with you that, like, as a nation, that you should control your flow of immigration? Absolutely. But to, situate or apply that, like, that this somehow the government is using these immigrants for political reason or to siphon votes and stuff like that. You have no evidence to that. I think you gotta be careful in what you say. And again,
seconds to be
please, ma'am, like, let me finish. I think you can speak. And again, you look at it in the past, like, when the Irish people were came here in masses, they were discriminated against politically. There was actual candidates running against them, saying that, these people are coming here, taking your jobs and so on and forth. Even when the Italians were coming in, even though when the Polish was coming in, and even in the 80s when more Africans and Caribbeans were coming in, this was always been an issue. But nevertheless, America needs these immigrants. It's one of the reasons that America needs these immigrants, and these policymakers know they need them. It's because it keeps the population young. You look at the countries who are against immigrants, like Japan, Germany to an extent, some of the Eastern Europeans, their fertility rate is down. Their population is going down. And that's because they don't have immigrants coming in. And when you talk about the migrants who actually migrate, is usually are young people. It's usually young men who take that risk to come in, go hundreds of miles to come to a country. Is you have to be young and have the energy to do so, willing to take those risks, because you don't have the families, to take care of and so on and forth. So this is not new in America. I think, to blame these people, and use them as a scapegoat for political reason, I think that's really preposterous and is wrong.
Can I answer now, Daddy, first? I need to answer because I'm gonna get your point out of it.
Can you let Martine speak, please? For God's sake.
I'm trying to make my box that
I'm gonna go on mute.
Please, because listen, my autism is going. Listen, this is why. Because a lot of politicians, you know why that New York City is the number one, capital of a migrant city, sanctuary, right? Is because the mayors are getting all this money, free money, and it's supposed to whatever help. In the long run, it's going to help all the politicians. The more illegal immigrants that they allow to come in, the more money they get for each city and town and state, and they work on that money, but they actually really don't help the people because they're kicking them out of the homeless shelters, and they set all these people up to have these sanctuaries, safe towns, safe cities and everything, but the politicians are making out. And look what happened. They're doing it around voting time to appeal to all of these people. That's why they want to give them voting rights. They're trying to make it look like we're trying to be nice, suck our dicks, kiss our ass, do everything, right? But yeah, we got you. Now that we got your vote, you can kiss our dicks and suck our dicks and kiss our asses because, you were stupid enough to come over here and risk everything. We told you, give you this false dream that the fucking, it was gold roads, whatever. And look what happened. Everybody's stuck here. It's all political agenda. It was pre-planned. And if y'all can't fucking see that, people know this. And now there's a migrant crisis here in Boston, Bath. They've been having fucking meetings, and everybody's like, so if anybody knows anything about Boston on Mass Ave, right next to the fucking hospital, it's like fucking methadone mile. It's like fucking how it is in California, okay, with all the tents and everything. They got people shooting up heroin on the streets. They had the police down there. They're so dangerous on Mass Ave.
Homeless people.
I know, but
they're not
homeless people. Hold on. They don't even have homeless shelters for all the homeless people here enough food. How the fuck are we going to house migrants?
Aurora, they took those people from down there and they put them in houses, and within 3 days they were back down there.
There's no more housing. No, listen. There's no more housing. I'm going to tell you because I'm from here. There's no more housing.
So am I.
Hold on, Alexander, please just let me, because I'm telling you, I know for true, because even there's a housing crisis here. They're putting people in hotels. And a lot of the hotels have been shut down because of a lot of stuff that's been going on, bed bugs, there's a bunch of stuff, criminals, prostitution, a lot of illegal activity. They've been shutting down a lot of hotels, whatever. But the hotels that they have, a lot of people are only allowed to say there's only so much government funding. We don't have enough to help our own crisis, our own people. How the fuck are we going to house? Because they were talking about opening up the fucking island, right? But then they said that we'd have to build a fucking bridge or something to go onto the island and then put all of the drug addicts on there. But then they said all the people that would be relapsing and going through withdrawals would go through detox, and they need medical personnel, emergency.
We got it. We're all seriously.
So that's what I'm saying is that we don't have any fucking wrong.
You're exactly right. Why are we giving housing to other? Go ahead. I heard somebody.
Hey, no, my bad, bro. My bad. I was laughing. My bad. I should laugh on mute.
No, you're good.
It's a water
problem.
No, we got it, Aurora. I fucking
Right. Let me respond to Adam real quick. Adam, the reason I when it comes to the political side of things right now, one thing that because first of all, my parents aren't from this country. They migrated here. They are now today U.S. citizens and what the case. But I'm from South Florida, bro. Listen, in the migrants' eyes, especially, I'm just gonna speak heavily off Florida, where majority of these folks do come in heavy. This is the Biden program, right? I know a lot of Haitians who came in under the Biden program. Everything is the Biden program, bringing us in, right? So when you come around these communities, it's all about it's Biden this, Biden that, Biden this, Biden that, Biden this, Biden that. Now, obviously, what you're gonna say, what it's easy to say is, oh well, yeah, that's it's just cliche, it's just talk or whatever the case is. But let's be real. Like you said, immigration has always been a thing of this country. I did address that, yes. But when you open the floodgates, literally just open, and then when they come in, you're providing with all of these incentives whom people who are living here, working hard, paying their taxes, don't even qualify for. And you, coming in as an immigrant, you have a clear runway with money, health care, free health care coming out, right? All of these things you have to understand. In a country where everything is about politics, it's hard to sit here and say, oh, nah, this definitely doesn't involve politics, especially when the red side for these people is being painted as the evil monsters who wants to remove them and their families from this country. It's real easy, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. This is a political ass country. People who work in real big HR jobs and big hospitals, everything is fucking politics around here. Everything is politics. So when it comes to this, it's hard for you to say, okay, like, look, there's no political gain for this. Come on. Like, when you literally open up the floodgates and literally say, okay, hey, come in, we're going to give you health care. I'm going to put you in a hotel. Here's $10,000. I mean, bro, why the hell wouldn't you go vote for Biden as these people? That's all I'm saying.
Maddie, do you know when Trump was like in office, what upset me is that I had a friend that lived here for 34 years. She was from Africa. She paid taxes and everything. She got into trouble when we were in our 20s, right? She went to jail for a small bit, whatever, misdemeanor. Because of the new laws and everything, she was held in a detention center like a lot of people are. She had a child that was autistic, and both of her kids were underage. Thank God her brother was able to stay behind and watch her kids, but she was held in a detention center for 2 months. They never let her say goodbye to her kids, and I never saw my friend again. And it broke my heart because it's like, you see so many people, she worked and paid taxes for so many fucking years, and because of stupid laws that they impose and everything, and it's just like, that's why I hated Trump. And I'll be honest with you, because it also affected my husband's status and his citizenship for some time, trying to get my family over here. It hurt me. Like, that's why I hated Trump, and I hated for what he stood for, because it's like, I believe in some of his ideas. He can be a very smart man, but at the same time, he can be really fucking stupid. Make that make.
So let me tell you something. Those people can't vote. Those people can't vote in the presidential election.
No, sorry,
Let's get that straight. They can vote in local elect. They cannot vote in the presidential election, so they can't vote for Biden. Okay.
Miss Alexander, first of all, I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Okay, but how you doing, Bob?
Our other friend from Boston.
Bob, she lives not 15 minutes away from me. I'm in Hyde Park. She's in Quincy.
All right, lock your door tonight.
Hey, I don't have to. I sit on my porch till 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm safe where I am.
Do you know Sullivan?
Yes, I know where Sullivan Square is.
Hey, Miss Alexander,
That's where I get my
I
diapers
was just going to say, Bomba Clot. Yo, Miss Alexander, I was just going to say, it's not about them being able to vote for this Biden 2024 election. Obviously, we know.
No, somebody said that, Marty. Somebody said
No. I am saying that it's a political game, and in regards to the vote, I didn't say they're going to vote this year, but at the end of the day, it's a Democratic move because no matter what, the person who's in power, they're either going to get 4 years or 8 years, but it ain't there to stay. It's about how long can we keep this one side. You know what I mean? So for me, I'm speaking on more of a Democratic side, not just Biden himself. That's speaking for the party. I just want to throw that out there because I know for a fact they can't vote in the presidential election. Absolutely not. But there are some state and local places where they can. But I do see, from what I'm seeing, I do see how they will try and grow this in any way possible. It's definitely going to get pushed back. But when you have such a heavy influx, I mean,
I'm not going to deny that, and you wasn't the one that said it, but it was said that for them to vote for Biden. It was said on this stage just a few minutes ago, okay? So it wasn't said.
Well, I think, go ahead, I'm sorry. Well, if you're done, I think, the play is, that's why so many, I think I saw like 3 or 4 different governors. I know Alabama and another one, are all initiating bills. Maybe they weren't governors. Some powerful people who are Republicans are initiating bills to ban this from happening in federal election. Because that's a move. Biden can, sneak enough votes in at 2 in the morning to take this off again. He's going to make that the law. And then forever, they win. Whatever.
No, but it's like that law wouldn't last long because you look at the state themselves. I can give you an example of Minnesota. There's a shortage of workers.
Actually, Adam,
you know what I'm saying?
I think we're gonna. Who muted me? Go ahead. You muted me. You got something to say? Go ahead. All right. Welcome to Debate the News. We were gonna. I forgot what. Go ahead. Who was speaking?
No, that was me. I think these governors and stuff like that might implement a law that might ban these immigrants for a short period, but in the long run they will definitely change the law. I guess they have changed the law in the past, even the Republicans, because the state themselves will run out of workers, so they need workers. In Minnesota, you're looking at it right now. It's obviously a Democrat state overall, but the rural area is Republican, but the state itself is running out of workers. It doesn't have enough workers to sustain its economy. So it needs immigrants. It needs these young people to come in and work. But yes, obviously, I think Marty, I agree with you. It needs to be controlled. It can't be thousands of millions and millions of people just coming in, and you're obviously going to affect the local people. Or they're going to look at it politically, like you said. They're going to look at it. They're going to have some animosity toward them because they come in here getting some services that they think they don't deserve, or maybe they themselves should be getting over them. So that can cause an issue. But we Americans dealt with that for a long time. Even back in the day, like if I can give you an example, when the immigrants were coming, they were they were given to move to the West. Because the 13 states and stuff like that, new immigrants were incentivized to move to the West, and given land, and mule and stuff like that, and cover the land and farming those land. So it's nothing new in America to give immigrants resources to come in, start up their life and be participant into the country. Obviously, there is some immigrants that come in here, take advantage of that, take advantage of those resources that that's granted to them, and they'll stay on it too long, or and they will abuse it and so on forth. That I think we've seen that, but that needs to be taken care of. But again, that immigrants are needed in America because it keeps the population young. So
all right, go ahead, Yvette. Maybe who that was. I'm not looking at the screen.
I had a question. Okay, so did you guys see on the news, Boss and Maddie and everybody else? A bunch of people from housing, like public housing, Section 8, were arrested for embezzling money and stealing money. Who's to say that all of these people are using all of these things as we'll just say a false flag attack, basically, as a charade, a shit show, so they can look like the white and knight in shining armor to come in on their white fucking horse and sit there and say, "Hi, I'm the politician that's gonna save you."
All right, hold on, Aurora. Leon gave you one of them hundreds, which I never know what the fuck means. Leon, why do you 100 her? Come on. Your thumb works.
1 second, okay? I'm trying to find it, so can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to what she's saying. I mean, there's a lot.
Tell us what she said, because I didn't get it.
I said that's what she said. Trying to find it. You didn't get the joke, Bob. I said she's trying to find it. I said that's
let Leon talk. He's never spoke. Okay, everybody let.
Well, actually, I wanted to speak.
Why he has his goatee like that?
The ballots. You guys were talking about the ballots, and Sam was saying about you can't really fake the ballots. Nobody can steal the ballots. I was voting once, and I went there to the voting box, to the place and the station, and I couldn't get in. They said I already voted. And I was like, what the hell? What do you mean I already voted? And I said, there's no way. Somebody has to steal my ID. Says, no, we check IDs. We do the proper identification, things like that. We check it. And I said, but I didn't vote. Here I am. I got my ID. And it says, the only way you do this is by mail-in ballot. And I said, well, I didn't do my mail-in ballot. It says, well, I said, don't you check it? Don't you verify the mail-in ballots? And she says, no, we don't do that. Once we get a mail-in ballot, we just take it and put in the vote. So, you know, to me, it's rigged as far as the voting system, how the Democrats takes the illegals to bring in there to try and get in the votes. I truly believe that. And that's why we had the last elections, the voting took longer because of the mail-in ballots. And I think that's a big thing that we need to eliminate.
He's right, because anybody could have taken anybody's ballot from their mailbox.
From the mailbox, yeah. And I'm living here in Brazil, and when Brazilians live, like, say, abroad, they don't do mail-in ballots. They go to the U.S., or they go to the embassy, the Brazilian embassy, and they actually do the voting there, and register. We don't do that. We do the manual thing, and anybody can do that. They have a system. I'm from LA, so I know how that whole system works. It's corrupt. And you were talking about the people saying, well, I think Adam was saying that they don't steal the jobs. The immigrants don't steal jobs. I kind of disagree with that to a certain point, right? Because let's say for an engineer, if an engineer who's from India comes to the United States, and you got an American who's also an engineer who has the experience, that person, the company knows that this engineer should be making at least like $180,000 a year. But guess what? The company is gonna exploit this Indian person, and they're gonna say, we're not gonna pay you this $180,000. We're gonna pay you like $140,000 or $130,000. This guy's gonna take it. He's so happy because he's in the U.S. He's gonna make that money, so he's gonna take that job. The company is gonna take $130,000 and give it to him instead of to an American. So it's not like qualified that this American is not qualified. No, I think they're exploiting it because, business is business. It's the bottom line. They want to save money. They have a budget. So how are they going to do that? In salary. And no better way to do that by hiring immigrants. $130,000 a year versus $180,000 a year. What it should be. So
when they don't know any better,
I think you're making two different arguments.
No, he's not, because if you're an immigrant...
Hold on.
I'm going to put you another time out.
All right, let me finish real quick, right? Because number one, you said an engineer, right? You cannot hire someone that's not legal. But
no, I'm talking about an engineer.
Okay, yeah, so
let him finish, Leon.
Hold on. So that's a legal immigrant, all right? So that's not illegal.
No, I'm not talking about illegal.
Okay, so that's the topic. What's illegal, right? What's all about illegal?
Illegal.
Okay, all right. So that's legal immigrants. So they qualify to be in America anyway. So whether they have the job or not, it's irrelevant. All right. So that's number one. So number two, right? When people keep saying it's all about a Democratic play, do you know? So what happens to Barack Obama? He deported more people from America when he was president than anybody else has done in the last 40 years. He's a Democrat, right? People don't talk about that, right? No, I'm asking the room. People don't say nothing about that. All right, we've had Republican presidents, we've had Democrat President Barack Obama declared more illegals than anybody in the last 40 years did. All right, but he still won the election though. But he's a Democrat. So what are we talking about? So it's a political play. Both parties play the game when it suits them. It's not one party. Just because Biden is in power right now as a Democrat and all this is happening, that's why the Republicans are complaining. All right, when they're in power, they do the same exact stuff. So that's what I'm saying. This is all about, it's a political pawn. They just usually make this political pawns, right? Because when he shows the Republicans, everybody complains, everybody's all quiet about it, right? And they get into power. And if you look at the data, actually, it shows, like in the last elections, right? The Hispanic votes, Republicans got 39% of the votes. So I don't really favor the Democrats.
That's right.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, Leon. Go ahead. All right.
Can I ask a
Go ahead,
question
Leon.
quickly?
No. Hey, Aurora, new rule. When you want to talk, raise your hand so I know, and then I'll come to you. Go ahead, Leon.
You were talking about like Barack Obama, I mean, in terms of the votes, right? So, yeah, I mean, he won unanimously, but we don't know out of that percentage of that vote was actually probably illegal votes, right? Because, as I said, the mail-in ballots are stolen. Could be from an illegal, like somebody who's illegal, people, right? So somebody stole my ballots. I'm just one out of many. So I'm not saying all of it, all the percentage, but who's tracking that?
All right, we follow. Go ahead, Alexander.
Right? Okay.
Come off, Mike.
Yeah. And one thing I wanted to talk about was the illegal that, what's his name? Just D was saying about, I was talking about illegal engineer. No, I wasn't talking about an illegal engineer. I was talking about a legal engineer or somebody who actually applies from India. That's not illegal.
Yeah, we
He's
follow.
actually
We got it. We cleared that up.
That's what I'm saying.
You
I'm not
cleared
talking
it
about
up.
illegal. Okay.
All right.
Well, that was false, and you need to provide some level of proof to prove that people voted illegally, and that's the reason why he got voted in the office. Like, that's asinine. Go ahead, Ms. Alexander.
No, I'm not saying that he actually got that vote. I'm saying is people actually steals mail-in ballots.
No.
And when they steal mail-in ballots,
No.
my mail-in
The
ballots got
integrity
stolen.
of elections has never been called into question
you don't know.
until Trump.
My mail-in
Yes,
ballots was stolen. No, my
yes,
mail-in
I
ballots
do
was
know.
stolen.
You are one person, sir.
There's
Your vote did not make or break Barack Obama.
Exactly. No, I'm not saying about Barack Obama.
But
Even
your
though
vote
I'm not
did
saying
not
about
make or
Barack
break.
Obama.
Chat, somebody
Okay,
actually at mine said people showing up that I had voted for.
I was next after chat.
But that happened to me too.
Hold on. Yeah, it's gonna be Alexander. Ken, I just got one question for you, right? Because I don't believe that I don't believe mail-in ballots had anything to do with Obama's election or anything like that.
No, I
agree too. I was just telling
Leon,
check.
we don't need to time it.
What I do though say, chat, is in regards to the mail-in ballot, do you think there should be some more, how can I put it, checks and balances in place, I guess, let's just call it that, when it comes to the mail-in ballots to make sure that they are actually from people who still exist on this earth? Because I don't know which you could probably find a few articles on in regards to people who don't even exist anymore, mail-in ballot. Now, like you said, when you go in to vote, you got to provide ID. Mail-in ballot, it's a different story. So when you think about it, would you say that you think there should be some better procedures done with the mail-in ballots, or you think that the way the mail-in ballots are going right now, you think it's perfectly fine?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking
No, he ain't asking you. No, sir.
It's all good.
And it's okay. I'm messing with you. You know what's funny, and it's actually insulting as a veteran, that people are sensationalizing mail-in ballots now. Like, our mail-in ballots no one cared whether they were valid or not. It's an insult that y'all civilians are talking about mail-in ballots, and for 5 years, that's the only way I could vote, was mail-in when I served this country. Okay, and a lot of my service members. Now y'all want to care about mail-in voting? Now you want to care about it? It's an insult. No, there were things put in place. There are people that are on their job that are supposed to do that without being beholden to a party. Those are nonpartisan positions. They take an oath. There's always a margin of error anytime human hands are involved. That's in every election. Mail-in, electronic, no matter what the method, there is a margin of error that is taken. If y'all ever worked for your county at a voting place, if you've ever volunteered and taken the class to register voters, they explain to you that there is a margin of error that takes human error into consideration. That's just what it is, right? But now all of a sudden, because Trump says it's a problem, and the crazy thing about it is COVID is the reason why a lot of people had to mail in their votes. But we're literally saying that people that a system that's been around for decades using the postal service is now somehow corrupt and incompetent. Like military members, we have literally depended on those very means and those very people to certify our votes.
Yeah, don't you think that's what it's like intended for? People like.
Bob, I was next. I was
just
and I got jumped.
Add to it. I'm sorry.
I've been waiting to talk. Yes, chat is 100% right. First of all, people, when you register to vote, your signature is in that vote. They have your signature. So when you mail your vote in, they compare the signatures to make sure that it's you. Okay? They don't just take that out the envelope and count it. They make sure that your signature match on that computer, just in case you didn't know. And I'm with, what makes the room seem so crazy is that people just start pulling stuff out of their ass. If you could just sit and have a regular conversation and tell the truth instead of adding stuff on, sensationalizing stuff, it will make for a better room. It will make for better conversation, and stop making up stuff. If you don't have proof of it, stop making up stuff and just adding on to stuff just to get a point across, It just seems so crazy. And I'm with Chad. All this time we've been voting, but all of a sudden, when Trump come along, everything with our voting system is so wrong. This is so crazy, guys.
Now, Chad, this is the reason I asked you that question, because first and foremost, it's easy to always point and say since Trump came about now, because first and foremost, I didn't sit here and say, mail-in ballots are the reason that it's easy to cheat elections, that it's the reason to do any of that. The thing is, sometimes I get it. Mail-in ballots have been around since forever. Yes, military personnel, that's all you can use when it comes to voting, especially if you're gone and not here, whatever the case is. What I'm simply saying is, the moment, let's just take Trump out of this. Let's take the mail-in ballots out of this just for a quick second. Everything we've learned in time, a lot of the systems we've used in time, a lot of the things we've done up to this day, all I'm saying is, why is it so hard sometimes to just say, you know what, even though I strongly believe that this is a great system, it's a perfect system, I know there's nothing wrong with it, even though I strongly believe that, if I strongly believe this so much, what would it hurt me to say, you know what, let me read over here and see what's going on. Why are they saying this? Why are they saying that? Why are they accusing this of this? Why are they accusing this of that? It's easy to always say, I know what I know and I'm right and y'all are just a bunch of crazies because that's how people painted conspiracy theorists. But as we've come to know, not all conspiracy theorists are conspiracy theorists. They're telling the truth. So all I'm saying is, when you so gun-hold on something, that's cool. But when you shut your mind out to any other possibility, that's when the problems become. So that's the only reason why I posed the question.
Can I talk now? So to answer you, Aurora, I'll throw it right to you when I'm done, honey. The thing about it is that there are checks and balances in place, right? So the governor, it's crazy. Like some of the states that people are saying where this is happening at, the governor is literally Republican, and the governor certifies those votes. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. So if the governor has certified the votes, are we questioning the people that? Are we questioning the elected officials that the people have voted in the office to protect their votes? Because that's where the question needs. That's who needs to have the conversation. Is the state level and who we putting in the office. You know, I call Governor Abbott Wheels. Bless his heart. He's done a lot of great things for Texas. A lot of cracky things for Texas too. But he ultimately has to certify those votes. And so us electing him, regardless if you elect him or not, but he is the person that we have given the capability, right? The right of his office to certify the votes. So that is a governor issue. That is a state's issue. So if people are having problems with their voting, that's not something at the federal level that they should have anything to do with it. The governors are certifying. So that's why it's crazy to me, because I'm not understanding why a president has any type of influence over what's happening at the state level when he's actually partnering with these governors. What we don't hear enough about is these governors pulling that man's coattail and telling him, "Hey, chill," because I have constituents that I have to report to, and if they think that I'm certifying these votes incorrectly, they're not going to vote me in office next year. So you need to chill. There were a lot of governors that said that to him. Thank you.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is that, I was next, she said I could be, respectfully.
I just wanted to know, sorry, this is authentic. I just wanted to know, who is the woman speaking right there? Sorry, I can't see that.
Chad. It's Chad.
Hey, so beautiful remark. You know what? This is Mike. I just want to say that is, like with all the things that have been going on in this, I think that's absolutely fair. I think that we should be talking about where the governor is in this. And that also brings me to a thought of, if I know that a lot of people want to talk about, mail-in ballots and all these things, but just in the last
all right, Authentic. You are authentically in the matrix.
Can I speak now?
All right. Go ahead, Aurora, and then Greg.
Okay,
We'll go back to you, Authentic, later.
It was published November 14, 2023 in 10 Boston News, NBC, about a woman in Lawrence, Massachusetts who stole a bunch of potential voter fraud, stolen ballots. And I know for a fact that it's very easy to get a green card as well as fake citizenship, paperwork, everything. You just got to know somebody who knows somebody, because I know multiple people. And the problem is that because people are doing things by mail, a lot of illegal immigrants, which they were taking advantage of for that fact. Some people were using it to their advantage because people were able to register to vote, but people weren't realizing that all these people that were illegal immigrants are using dual identities or double identities. More than one identity. And it's not like it's a nationwide thing, but it has posed a risk and a threat because so many illegal immigrants, migrants coming into here, illegally getting falsified. They're reusing people's social security numbers of people that are dead. People are doxing people and doing their homework, guys.
Aurora.
Okay. They're doing this on purpose, and the government is using this on purpose to their advantage to get votes in a month.
Aurora, it's 0.001% of people and everyone else that believes in this conspiracy theory about illegal voters that have actually done this. Okay?
But I've seen people doing it myself.
It's a scare tactic.
No,
Hey, Aurora, did you say that you know people who can get you a green card illegally?
Well, I said I know people who know people who got it.
Please, hey, this is crucial information I would like to get. Yeah, can I'm gonna DM you, all right?
Yeah, me too, Adam. I want to
Yeah, for real. She's talking out her ass, bro. It's like the hardest to get in this world.
Let's go back to Gringo. I need a visa from a couple different countries, Aurora. If you got the plug, let us know.
He gave you the
Yeah, for real, Marty. Like, shit, I can make good 30 grand.
Let me get a US visa real quick.
And he physically held that he's not hands you the thing and says, yes, he gave you the vaccine, but he didn't actually inject it into you, and he signed your card, and bam. There's people who know.
I flipped the CVS lady $100 to give me the saline one. That was cool. All right, go ahead, Gringo.
What?
Hey, no, Aurora, I'll tell you all about it on Chatter. Everybody look at the link above.
Oh my God, Bart.
Well, if you can have someone get you a fake passport,
You're going to get a response. Fucking read the room.
What's the response?
No, if you go back to her with a question.
Yeah, how do I do that?
I want you've been in here a while. You raise your hand. What's your opinion on what we've been talking about? Minus getting a fake passport.
People pay other people a lot of money to use their social security number, somebody that's passed on or somebody that doesn't so much need anymore, people that have gone up missing, whatever. From what I gathered, from what I actually had heard about it, I'm just saying a little birdie told me, is that you can get a fake green card and it's actually legit under a false identity.
She just sent me a picture of it. It is amazingly looking like a green card.
I still have my ex. Well,
all right, hold on.
Okay, I'll respond.
But anyways, it doesn't matter. He didn't get in trouble, but he ended up whatever.
Amazing.
But what I'm saying is that the thing is that a lot of people are doing that and they don't realize that it's actual real social security numbers that a lot of these illegals are using, and I'm awesome.
9 digits. Go ahead, Gringo.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what, back in Texas, I got a charge coming back from college, and I was supposed to do community service.
How much weed were you carrying?
Not too much. It had to do with a fake ID, and I went over to the dehydration plant to work there and spray off all these food conveyor belts. And they put a bunch of hours in. So the manager calls me in and goes, hey, and he's like, hey man, so where'd you get that ID? And he wanted to know where I got it, So I told him. And then I only had to work 30 minutes. He signed off on all that shit in one day. So, I just wanted to ask you, Bart, how's that weather you've been having?
How's the what?
The weather. How's that heat you've been having?
Oh, the weather?
The heat?
Heat's been alright. It's not too bad.
Tell you what.
Alright, this should be fun. Let's roll. Go ahead and tell me what.
There's something to be said about that.
Alright. What do you guys say?
Well, you know that one guy? I'll tell you what, man. That new waitress.
What is happening? No, just let things happen. Alright? Let's just see what happens. Gringo, where are you from?
Well, I live over in Texas.
Right.
But outside of Lubbock, Texas.
Right.
I'm sure you heard that man Joe Eli, maybe some Buddy Holly stuff. We don't really listen to that too much.
That's good.
I'll tell you what.
Are you a sativa or an indica fella?
Now, don't get goofy on me right now.
Monday. Hey, it's Gummy Friday for me, so I'm.
Gringo needs the indica to calm him down.
Hold on, Aurora.
Gosh dang.
Hey, you a single fella? Gringo,
Yes.
are you a single fella? Yeah, I imagine.
Don't you
do it.
dare.
I mean, come on now.
Bob.
Yeah, unfortunately I am, but you know, I was out at, you know what, I was driving my truck the other day, and I look out at this feller. You know those truck stops? Like,
I'm aware of the truck stop. Go ahead.
Well, this story, I don't know if it may not be, it ain't probably appropriate for the room.
It's after midnight. Canadians and liberals are all asleep. Go ahead.
I'm wide awake, Boris.
Oh, fuck. All right, let's do this. Hold on. I need to hold on 1 second. A little break here. Welcome to Debate the News. After midnight, bing, and everybody falls asleep, and I don't think they go back to listen to the replay, so I just kind of do what the fuck I want. But here's what I need to know. Go ahead and flash your mic if you're awake right now. Hold on, Gringo. Flash your mic if you're awake. Right now, Mark. I just need to know who I can turn to in this situation. All right, there's a lot of people asleep. Amazing me. All right, Gringo. Go ahead. Fuck, what was I asking?
Yeah, well, we were talking about, you know.
Oh, yeah, you're a single fella. How long you been single? Well, let me guess.
I want to tell you about the...
No, I'm asking the questions, Gringo. We'll get to the truck stop and the lot lizards.
Oh, gosh. A lot lizard?
That's right.
Well, I was about to get to that.
Are you a virgin?
About 2 years. I've been hit the bumblers.
All right, hold on, Gringo. Let's back it up. And listen, I asked Aurora. Hang tight. You get his dick pic and let's hang tight.
No, this is where I knew you were leading. You know.
All right, well, then be quiet.
I have dick already.
Congrats. Should get that looked at. Hey, Gringo. How long, let me guess, you're about, what, 42?
I mean, I'd say about less than that, about maybe like
38. All right. How long have you ever been married?
No, sir.
Boss, I reached my white boy quota.
You think that I would torture this man by putting him on a date with you? Respectfully, of course. 2-minute timeout. Gringo. You ever been to San Francisco?
Well, I'll tell you what. I have not been to San Francisco.
Would you like to maybe imagine you're there tonight? Sure thing. You know what they have in San Francisco?
An amazing attorney.
I think they're called like trolleys, right? You get on the trolley. So close your eye. What color trolley, if like there was like 5 trolleys coming towards you, Gringo, what color trolley would you get on?
Whichever one that's...
What color trolley?
San Francisco treat. San Francisco treat.
Hey, Gringo. Gringo. Don't take any more mushrooms until I'm done asking questions. What color trolley would you get on in this San Francisco situation?
Yeah. I've never seen a trolley.
Oh my God. What's your favorite color, Gringo?
I don't know about... Hey, Bart, I wanted to say, do you like Wendy's?
Wendy's?
Yeah.
I actually do. They've come around. I used to have a thing against redheads. So I never ate at Wendy's.
What, Bart, how about when Wendy's nuts hit your chin?
Oh, I saw it coming. I like it. Gringo. I like it.
That was a good
one. All right.
That was good.
Yeah. It was good. I'll give it
a strong 8 out of 10. What you think?
I was just waiting for like when the pivot was gonna happen. You know how long he's been thinking about that, and like how long it took him before he said it. because he was like, I'm gonna get on stage and I'm gonna use that joke. I'm gonna use that joke that like was always used to be used again. Oh fuck, I'm in the Matrix. Can you hear me, Marty? Take over if I break out. All right.
Marty Bird, shout out. How are you?
What up, Shauna Law?
Missed you.
And there goes the flow of the show. Welcome to the room, Shauna. How are you?
I'm doing amazing.
What's your favorite color, Shauna? Since
Purple.
Used up his balls on the chin joke.
Purple.
Purple. I, for some reason, just have this feeling that a Gringo and a Shauna would get along.
Bar shut.
Well, we don't know yet. We can do like an imaginary.
Shush.
All right.
Shush.
All right.
I was talking to Mark.
If you're not going to talk, then I'll put you down there for timeout. All right, fuck it. Marty, take over. I need it. I'm on.
Hell no, dude. Listen, I'm on limited time over here, man. This is my Friday night, man. I'm in here to
I was trying to like
chime in and chime out.
Hey, hold on a second. Hold on, let me get my check in.
Now, when we actually switch over to Chatter and we go live, like video live, then you'll have me 100%.
Oh, I know.
Then that's when shit really gets real. Yeah, man. But right now we're just chilling. Just chilling. I didn't know what the conversation was when I jumped in.
Well, I was trying to like pivot to something entertaining instead of like kids getting blown up. We all just kind of forget about that.
Y'all still talking about the war in Gaza?
No, I've been trying to see if Shauna would for once get what's going on and just tell me what fucking color trolley she's trying so this Gringo fella can get a ride.
Red.
All right.
Because the cable cars are all red.
All right, here we go. Take 7. Gringo, you're walking up one of them big hills. And since you skip leg day every week, your calves that you inherited from your mom are just burning. And you've always been like a fella, like, I'm gonna try and make it, but you can't. But here comes a red trolley. With a lady that's driving it, who's got like sandy blonde hair. And you're like, maybe she won't notice the fact that my calves are the size of twigs and she'll let me on this trolley. So you hop on the trolley and shit, sure enough, she's about to get off her shift, which means the trolley's empty. What would a conversation be like that? If you had this situation, in fact, Gringo, you are in this situation. So let's forget about your bad joke that you came up with. We give you a second chance. And we're going to see why it is that you live in your mother's basement. See if we can get you out. Because we got people like it here in like Marty that can tell you what you're doing wrong when you're talking to a lady. And then we got people like Yvette's that'll tell you what you're doing right. So close your eyes, Gringo. Those calves are burning, and here comes a red trolley. Ding, ding, ding. Gringo, introduce yourself and tell her why you don't have correct change. I knew he wasn't going to be good for this. Fuck.
He's taking a second to think.
Gringo, grow a set, brother. You did really good getting all the courage to come up here. Really? Balls on the
Gringo, do you have a buseta or a pile between your legs?
Maybe she does. Maybe Gringo, like, is into crazy chicks. And that's why he finally came up here, and it's Aurora he's after. All right. So, Gringo, you're driving past a mental institution, and this lady's hitchhiking. I'm just fucking with you, Aurora. Hey,
Gringo,
see if we can get him to talk.
Well, see, okay, so Gringo, you basically seem like you could fuck up a wet dream, even your own wet dream. I'm just saying. You probably don't get any pussy. You probably don't ever see pussy unless it's.
Well, hell no. I mean, that's not very.
I mean, he might be a virgin. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, like.
don't insult him because he's a virgin.
It's
Insult him
okay.
because he lives in his
My
mother's
husband was a
basement.
virgin. I took his virginity. I taught him everything he knows. But that's when he fucked me. He fucked me the right way, and so
Aurora,
just whatever. Anyways, but I'm trying. Okay, so Ringo.
Could have just gone along with
Hold
this.
on. When's the last time you've had sex other than with your hand?
Great question. Gringo, come on.
Ringo, do you want me to call you Daddy? Do you want me to talk like a dirty little girl for you? Does that make you?
Who the hell's doing? Holy shit.
Does that make you feel sexy? Does it make you a little hard down there?
Alright, hold on. We gotta take a break.
Wrong
Hold on. No, I'm just curious. What was the most amount per minute you ever made doing that?
I mean, I've gotten you in the ass for 2.5 hours. Who knows?
Oh my gosh. Alright, we're gonna give another time out. God, see, positive. I was looking for like a
Oh my God,
$4.99 a minute, and then, something else. Tina, are you here? I just need.
Wow, Bart. What
happened?
See, you wanted to change the room.
All right, let's.
It went
Well,
like,
no, let's.
it went real.
Help me out. Let's see where.
Let's
see where things went wrong, Tina. Let's see if I can learn from this experience. Where did things go wrong? Somebody brought up something where kind of took a left turn. Oh, I spoke to Gringo. That was the fucking problem.
Gringo up to
I asked Gringo to chime in about whatever. Next thing you know, Wendy's slapping her balls in my face because I hate redheads.
Shit. Well, yeah, and I was at that pilot, that truck stop, and I hadn't slept with the girl since then. But she got out of the car with me, this lot lizard. She walks over to the, where they pump the gas, and she starts squeezing herself off. Can you believe that? I've never been so goddamn disgusted ever, man. Tell you what. So I've kind of been out of the game for a little bit. Just been on that Plenty of Fish once in a while, the free version. Scrape at the bottom of the barrel, man.
That's right.
But, yeah, sorry for the delay, man. I was jacking off to that other girl that was talking real sexy.
You talking about Redneck Mark? All right,
talking about your friend Aurora.
All right, hold on. Let's, while she's thinking about coming up, Marty, this is what's to come.
Tell you what.
Hold on, shit. Give me a second. That didn't fucking go as planned. I gotta redeem this feller with the lot lizard store. Give me a second. Here it is. Alright. Fuck, my speaker broke. Here we go. Alright, here we go. Hey, Marty, I don't have that fancy board yet. Tell me how this sounds. Is that loud enough?
No.
How about that?
Wait, what was that?
Hey, Helen, how are you today? Was that a yes? Better not deserve. Hey, listen, are you by chance like one of the... I don't need like the manager. I just got a little thing I need to talk about.
Your manager will be in at 7 o'clock.
What are you kind of... Because I don't really want to just...
What is the problem?
What kind of security do y'all have at night? Well, here's the problem. I think your security's, y'all not... Man? Well, I'm sorry. Do I need to hold? I don't want to bother you.
No, what about security?
Well, here's the problem. Came in there to take a shower. I wasn't even there that long. Like, I don't know, about 11 o'clock last night. I didn't have much farther to go. I was at the end of my clock. I had to wait for only an hour home. Well, I had like 3 phone numbers put through like my window for some damn lot lizards. And I was like, I've stayed at Pilots and Love's, and I've never had trouble. Well, my damn wife found it. Now I'm sleeping in my truck outside. And I'm like, how's the security going to let, you know, and it, like literally.
You are parking at your own risk in the parking lot.
Well, I know that. I was, you know, I get it if something's going to get stolen, but lot lizards put shit through my windows. Like, y'all have a fancy staff. If I want lot lizards, I'll go stay at a damn, you know, one of those other ones across the street. Anyhow, I'm just telling you, you know.
Yeah,
just
they're everywhere. Nothing you can do about them.
What do y'all, like, when you find one there, like, what do they do? Y'all just call the cops and they just come get them, or what?
Yep.
Are you sure y'all Loves isn't like taking a take of it? You know, like, or with y'all get like $10. Y'all at least give them free showers.
Hey, call the manager in the morning.
All right.
Man, you want to buy showers at Lowe's while you're filling up?
All right, did y'all hear that, or was that a waste of time?
It takes real quick. So,
hold on.
You know, I think my lady.
Did you hear it? I'm trying to.
She wasn't my lady, but you know, we back in high school.
Gringo.
And we went over there to the Lowe's or I forget me. Was it a fucking Pilot?
Gringo, have we met or something? Are you somebody like I met at one of my trailer parks I stay at that I tell them on this app? Huh? I think I got them. Interesting. I meet some interesting people on the road, and I tell them about Clubhouse, and they're always like, what the fuck is that? And then they download it, and they come up here and make assholes of themselves. I'm just kidding, Gringo. Hey, what did y'all think of the... Oh, Marty's still here. Marty, what'd you think of the fun call? Was it funny? I mean, is it...
Man, that's coming live on Chatter. No, we could hear it. I could hear her, the lady we were talking to. She said, "Yeah, they're everywhere."
Yeah, that was.
We could really do about that.
Everywhere. God, can you imagine if I ever called a porn shop?
Hey, Mark, I think I was muted about that bathroom at the truck stop.
Go ahead. I'm not sure if I'm
What
following.
was it? Yeah, so tell us about the story about the chick you banged at the truck stop.
No, it wasn't about banging. This girl I dated since high school.
Okay, all right.
She's the one that gave you
a lot lizard. This is a classy girl.
All right, Gringo. All right. So you're like 38. How old were you when you met this girl, and were you at one point a trucker?
Well, I'm not going to get on that. I don't want to be doxxed.
Well, I mean, what? There's like 7,000 truckers in your state that are like driving right now. Nobody. All right, whatever. Where did you meet this said lot lizard?
There ain't no lot lizard. It's a high school girlfriend that wanted to go for a ride. See America? But it really, America is actually like Lubbock to Abilene, you know?
Look, Lubbock, Texas. The Red Raiders suck. You ain't been shit since whatever's fuckface left. All right, that makes sense. What's wrong with you?
We're getting cleaned up.
So seriously, why is it?
Did you use a condom?
Like, y'all get out of there. She thought that girlfriend from high school was a lot lizard. He kicked us out.
What the fuck is a lot lizard?
It's a prostitute at a truck stop.
Oh, damn.
I guess I should have made that clear.
I'm like trying to say, what the fuck is a lizard? Wait, what?
All right, Aurora, you're cleared up now. So, all right, Gringo.
I mean, I think that's unfair. It's American, man. I mean, commerce, transport.
Yeah, hey, listen. These fellers and ladies that are on the road, they're the reason that we can, like, eat and do all this shit. I don't think they're giving enough. I mean, now, listen. I drive slow as fuck sometimes and, you know, just kidding. But, no, I mean, I think an occasional lot lizard should be allowed.
But especially getting head while you're driving.
All right, no, you're not working.
A lot of people hang out in the lot. They ain't driving with you.
All right, Gringo, let's get back to you. So I figured out you were with a young lady for a while from high school. Did you get married ever?
Well, it ain't even about that. No, I didn't.
I'm trying to figure out why you are the way you are, and see if we can help you. Are you currently? So you're currently single. Yeah. Oh wait, I didn't ask your pronouns. Are we supposed to do that positive?
What
do you like ladies or fellers? Do you like the ladies or the fellers?
Do you have a penis?
Do you go in the bathrooms at the truck stop with the glory holes or not?
Gringo, do you like penis or do you like vagina?
Aurora, we cannot, you gotta make it down.
There, Aurora.
Am I making?
Go into a private with each other, Gringo and Aurora. You guys just need to go away.
This could be interesting. It just cannot be where she's trying to take it. I think Gringo needs some craziness in his life. He's boring as fuck.
That's true. It sounds very much so.
Sometimes it's like opposites attract, right? You got a guy that can't put a fucking sentence together, been living in his mother's basement for 18 years. His high school girlfriend's like the only thing he still thinks about, and anytime he hears a story about a girl, he thinks about her. I mean, I was talking about fucking lot lizards. So let's see if we can help this out, and maybe Aurora, just gonna say it, needs some penis. She sounds real fucking wound up and needs to get some poison out. Now, Gringo, I'm not sure if you're the man that can satisfy her to get the poison out. It may take
I don't know. I probably can, man. I'm like,
well, if you got money, you can cash up. You can send you content.
Just maybe. I mean, so I don't know.
I mean, I got content for days. You got cash app. You can send me.
No, we're not no free ads here.
It was a joke, actually.
Here, do this.
I just put her picture on here, so I know what she looks like. You might be interested, Aurora. God dang.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
Aurora.
See, Aurora, you want to start shit, but you don't want to finish it.
Yeah, I just pissed my fucking
here, let's do this, alright? Gringo.
Hey, Bart.
I have to go change my diaper.
Like a smart guy, a cool guy. Somebody I'd like to go shoot some skeet with, maybe. Maybe do a little
Wait, hold on.
Roar, he's talking to me. Be quiet. 2-minute timeout.
You got no baby, Bart?
That's right. Pearl.
She
been married
like
15 years.
Like the beard, like the snaps on the shirts? Pearl? God damn.
Yeah, maybe like the oysters. Or wait, is that what they are? Whatever was really precious, because that's my Pearl. She's one of a kind.
Man,
I put her.
You're a lucky man.
I am. I don't deserve her. I do now, but I didn't. I was a fucking terrible person until I was 38. When I say terrible, I only cared about one thing. I had an obsession. I would call it cheating on her.
Oh, yeah, guitar or pussy?
No, alcohol. My life revolved around it. Every decision I make. Gringo, shut the fuck up. You might be able to learn something right now. I know it when I see one. I'm just kidding. I'm not. Until I, went to summer camp enough times and finally realized, you know what? I can't do this. I had to, be okay with being allergic to alcohol. I mean, I fucking break out in handcuffs every time. And the shit I put Pearl through from having to come bail me out of jail at 3 a.m. after a Snoop Dogg concert because I got thrown out. 7 months pregnant. To sneaking a fifth of whiskey into the hospital when we had to stay overnight when she had her C-section. Yeah, that kind of shit that I did fucked up. But I don't do that anymore. And that's what I encourage anybody who is you know what? Fuck, might be something else. I got the red bar.
Hey,
no,
Hey,
hold on. I'm almost done with my little thing that I get. George, shut the fuck up. I called you George. I don't know.
Yeah, that's my dad's name. What the fuck?
Yeah, I got this psychic thing. It just comes out at weird times. But to anybody in the audience, I'm going to put my phone number. I don't care who calls me, whatever. I'm always here to put you in touch with people no matter what it is that you deal with. And you're also welcome to use this app I created as a resource. All right, that's my plug for doing this shit every night.
Hey, Bart, real quick, man. Like, I'm in recovery as well. And I think you do have a psychic ability. No gangs anymore.
Yeah, you sure held it.
Yeah. That's cool that you were about to say that, man.
That's why I do this
I'm in
whole
recovery.
thing. Go ahead, hey, Gringo, let me tell you why I do this. Why people why you're all, my ploys to use. I get crazy and say stupid shit and get under people's skins. And the people I do it with is not for them. It's for the people in the audience and other people who eventually will get so comfortable with coming in here that when I do get the chance to bring up what happened to me and how much fucking better life is in the rocket I'm on now, I get to talk about it. Because at the end of the day, every time I get to talk about it, that's what I need to keep doing what I'm doing.
That's right, Bart. I totally agree. I went from the White House to important positions in the government to tech companies to fucking cleaning bingo halls.
Yeah, brother.
That's fucking recovery place, and that's where I got straight. I went to the good ones for a couple times. They did not work on me, but I got the real fucking lessons from some real ass motherfuckers, dude. And I'm telling you, it changed my life, and I've been a good boy ever since, man. But
that's right.
It's a day at a time, man.
That's right.
Everyone, I want to say
being able to talk to and meet other people that were like, holy shit, okay. Because you're not alone. Everyone in their fucking lives has somebody that's either dealing with addiction from opioids, which, Gringo, how many people in summer camp did you meet that were like lawyers and doctors that came in there with a back injury? Or, that's how they got on the opioids. And next thing you know, they're buying fucking heroin in downtown Atlanta at 3 a.m.
I mean, a lot of people got addicted, older people from big pharma and stuff.
That's right. I
have to be careful with that because, I mean, I can't do that kind of stuff. If I ever get a back surgery, I'm in my 30s. I mean, if I ever get a back surgery, I mean, I can't take that shit, man. Because I know I'm going to like it too much.
Yeah.
Do you know my doctor got busted for that?
Being serious, right?
No, I am. I'm being serious.
I know, but I'm not talking to you right now, okay? You're in here every night. You get to talk probably more than the moths do, including myself, so just take a hint, read the room, and just chill out, listen, enjoy for a little bit. You're all worked up. Go to the gas station, get some D batteries, whatever it takes. Just
get a squeegee in. I don't know. Aurora, I like you. But
and I do too.
I'm having a real with Bart right now.
That's right. Okay. But look back to, how many people, because of big pharma, get addicted. And it's the doctors and everyone involved that push it. Shit, Gringo, when I'm just grateful that I'm just good old-fashioned gutter drunk. I was never into the pills. I mean, I love Coke, but I, did it in college and shit. Could never do it today. But when I had my second shoulder surgery, I mean, they were fucking calling me asking if I needed more pain medicine. And let's just say at my first one, fuck yeah, I got it. Shit, I mean, the second one I had to be no. But the problem is, there's so much fucking opioids and drugs that are being prescribed. Now the problem is, because it finally has kind of gotten cracked down a little bit more, and people are getting aware, because they hit them in the pocket. fucking opioid lawsuits that are coming out are in the multi-billions. Not as much as we're sending to Ukraine, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot of billions. So what's happening now? They're harder to get. So who's seizing the opportunity? Those fellers in China, that was like, all right, we've got their fucking 6-year-olds to 12-year-olds on lockdown with this TikTok shit. Now we just need to get to like the 16 to, well, shit, just everybody, because everyone likes fucking opioids. And since Big Pharma can't get them, well, didn't that chemist down in Wuhan, when he got done with that COVID thing, didn't he make one of them like fentanyl tricks? And then we have some like, since anybody can get in their border, let's just send a bunch of shit to Mexico. We'll feed them some money. Nobody will know, because turns out, well, I'll get into all that shit later. Now this fentanyl is going around. Obviously, everybody knows. And people are pressing pills. I live in a college town where I shit you not. In fact, I'll probably put it, I usually would have had it on by now. I'll turn on the police scanner Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. In the first, what are we in, 4 months of this year, I have heard 17 OD calls that needed not fentanyl, what's that shot? Narcan, whatever. And these kids are dying. No one's even fucking talking about it, because what happens is little Susie, who went off to college, tried a party drug one night. Or whatever. You want to tell all your friends and stuff that your kid died of a fentanyl overdose? It's never reported. Anyhow, we could go on and on forever about this. But what needs to happen is people need to fucking start talking about it and realizing that nothing's going to change till the fucking stigma goes away. And there's always somebody like you. So my friend Gringo, I bid you a yana, because you are not alone.
Yeah, and you're not alone either, man. And for all of you guys who are listening to our little play, I've never met Mark before. That was true, just playing off each other and just bullshitting around. I know nothing about Mark. He knows nothing about me. But it's nice that we had a real talk, and I hope if anyone else has a situation they want to talk about, I think it's cool that he was very open about that. He has a lot of balls to share that much information.
Well, selfishly, I've always, I don't know if it's selfishly. Yeah, it is. Because it's how I fucking get to keep living this amazing life I'm on. It's not, the greatest at all times. Because, the 20 fucking years I spent, oh my God, and what's crazy is like, I was so fucking, I was wealthy for what I would consider wealthy back in my party days. But when that shit catches up with you, it doesn't go away overnight. And it's been a fun ride back. I'm not quite there, but every day I get a little closer. So again, it's out there. We're all here. My number's in the thing.
Yeah, copy the number.
This app above.
I'm going to call you.
Yeah, this app above is something I created. Essentially, whatever your something is, be it addiction, dealing with, placing a loved one in a Alzheimer's. There's somebody out there that's dealing with it. So this connects you. It's not mine anymore, but that's a long story. But I do highly recommend it. If you do get on there, put hashtag Bill and Paxton or Cooks. That's my little joke. They stole it from me.
They are fucking cucks, dude. Fuck them.
Yeah, they are. Oh, I'll get my day. Don't worry. See, this is what I figured, Gringo. I don't need my own fucking app to reach people. In fact, we're not there to where people are even comfortable enough to probably download that app most times because they're afraid somebody might see on their phone that they actually have an app that is for like helping people or, that they have a problem, that they need somebody to talk to. So God has a reason why he had those motherfuckers building Paxton that are cooks, steal my app and go make millions right now. I would not be able to reach the people that debate the news Private Boyles and General Bang are giving me by somehow letting me keep this room open right now.
I think
When we get to chatter, so here's my goal. I'm going to promote these sons of bitches everywhere I go. Because guess what? Barth doesn't lose. Barth won a case against Mississippi Supreme Court to change precedents, and he's patient. So when I get them millions of followers, because they're all on there writing like their first post, like, hey, love the app, Bill and Paxton are cooks. Like, I'll be able to say, when I sue them, hey, fuck faces, I'm the reason you have all these followers, and I'll be able to sue them for more money. So y'all are just helping me out. So anyhow, that's enough about me. I think I've shared enough. Marty, you still awake? I'm trying to do that vamping thing. I'm just practicing.
Well, congrats to you on your recovery, Beth. My mama was in recovery 10 years when she died. I don't know if you knew that. And I spent a majority of the past several decades being an advocate for people in mental health, people in recovery. I help men and women, both sexual assault, domestic violence for both men and women. I did intense casework where I would go into somebody's house where they're being held at night for gunpoint or in a dangerous situation and get them out.
All right, you know what I recommend, Aurora? You should actually, this is a good idea. This is everybody for chatter. Like, find something you're passionate about, and then be the person on the space for that.
That's what Mama said.
Yeah, that's what you hear. But you got to start the research right now. So get the news machine out, start and get the chat.
I'm just saying that.
I know, but I'm trying not to talk to you right now.
I know I'm trying to land. I'm saying is that I have the utmost respect for people in recovery because the people who've made it that are clean and sober, taking one day at a time, they're living proof that people can change their lives. Now I'm off the mic. That's all true.
No, I agree. But it is always funny to me, and it's awkward when people say congratulations, because I'm always like, what? For, like, being a good human being? For not, like, sneaking away when people are looking for me to go drink?
Because it's a disease, honey. It's a disease. It's not your fault.
You don't tell people, congrats on the cancer that you got over.
Actually, they do say that.
All right, Aurora, I don't need a fucking comment every time. I'm sorry. Redneck Mark, put me on a 2-minute timeout. It has been entirely too long. And Gringo, I will tell you this. I'm not one of those that's like afraid to say that I use cannabis to help me. And it helps, like, everyone's like, there's those people that...
Yeah, I know, man. I'm California sober, too.
See? Everyone's fucking afraid to say that. Because I'll tell you what, you know how many fucking people wouldn't be drinking if they realized that you get the right weed tender or whatever you want to call it to kind of figure out what helps you? Like, I have to have a shoulder replacement. I can't take these fucking pills that they would give me if I walked in there. So I got... what is it?
We didn't get to sleep when you couldn't get to sleep.
Exactly. You guys heard me on here long enough.
In a fifth of fucking vodka or whatever.
Oh my
God. Man,
shit. I used to drink.
Or like smoke a blunt or something. Whatever it is, it puts me to sleep.
Yeah. All right.
My
so
mother had
be
cancer
upfront
and
about that.
rejected meds, so yeah.
Redneck Mark, give me that 2-minute timeout. And is there anybody else here right now? Oh wait.
I'm gonna move you down, Bart, if you keep talking.
Who said that?
Me and Tina.
You got something to say? No, I want to hear, please take it over. You there?
I said I'm gonna put you on a 2-second timeout if you keep talking.
All right, well, help me out. What do you want to talk about?
This is a very private conversation.
No, I know. But this good Gringo. Tina, what would you like to speak about?
Oh, I was just going along with you on your 2-second timeout because you said, Mark, put me on a timeout.
Oh, shit. All right,
2 minutes.
2 minute timeout. Renee Mark, did
2
you go get
minutes,
that
that's
phone
too
yet?
long.
No.
We'll give you 2 seconds.
Oh, my God. I thought you were saying, like, I've been talking too much. And I was like,
You guys should let Lucifer up.
I've been trying to get him up here.
Lucifer's actually pretty cool.
All right. Aurora, this is the time, especially meeting new people. Just take a seat back. Enjoy. Go get those double D batteries. All right.
I don't have a dildo anymore.
Okay. We'll find something else to...
My ex-boyfriend used it more than me.
La 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 la.
Hi, Lucifer.
Well, Aurora, I'm gonna do
Hi.
Actually,
Hail Satan.
Luke.
Hail Satan. Hail Satan.
Word. God bless America. New World Order, I would say. What's up, y'all?
Usually when an entrance happens with Hail Satan, it kind of makes people be like, I'm not sure if I want to talk first.
Oh, man, come
No,
on. Don't
it
be
was
like
Gringo.
that.
I'm just kidding. So, what's going on, Lucifer? Gringo, do you know each other?
We go way back.
Yes, we go back to the days of. He was my.
Why are you talking like that?
Because I'm a fallen angel.
You have something in your throat.
Hail Satan. Hail Satan.
You sound like he has something in his
Black Mass.
What's with the Hail Satan thing? I'm just curious.
Hail Satan.
Kill
Tell him,
Satan?
Gringo. Tell him, Gringo. Why isn't he talking?
You know because the devil's name is Lucifer, boss? You get it?
I get that part.
Yeah, he's Lucifer.
Beelzebub. Hail Satan. Beelzebub.
If you listen to how
Put me
Lucifer
back.
speaks.
Let me get that 2 minute timeout. I forgot to walk away.
Some call me Candyman. Candyman. Oh, yeah, I got the candy. Who wants candy? Wallace, do you want candy?
Is it bacon chocolate?
Oh, yeah, baby. I got that chocolate candy for you.
Does it have mushrooms in it?
It can if you wanted to. It's got a mushroom shape.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
I can totally watch this for that shit. Bob, you missed it early in Helen's room. They were talking, I walked in, I'm like, no, I'm stoned. I'm like, wait a minute. They're talking about mushrooms. I'm like, okay. I used to play Porn Star Guru, and I knew a mushroom stand made, like, and that was her way of talking about penises and how they had the Stormy Daniels to describe mushrooms. I was like, wait a minute, are you talking about a dick? And Helen doesn't like to say, penis. She said,
oh, gosh. Are you serious? She'll just say mushrooms because she doesn't like to say, oh, God. This is unbelievable.
Was it a long mushroom, a short mushroom, a wide mushroom?
She's a closet freak.
I was like, I'm like, am I in the right conversation? Because I'm like, are they talking about dick or actual mushroom?
Isn't that something? The codes and shit. I really appreciate the codes. I got a friend. I've been a female. Ladies, guys can be friends with females for a long time and don't want anything from them. 35 years I've been friends with this woman, and she is a comedian. She tells me about how she sneaks and looks at penises during the day. Like she makes up like these weird, like, oh, look at his slip-ins. They're so nice. But she's looking at his cock. Is that too much to say?
Well, it's kind of like Big Daddy Kane said, rare elephant with the fifth leg. Because I would wear gray sweatpants for the rest of my life and demand you not look me in the eyes. Respect. It's like, yo, he said that. It made me think of Big Daddy Kane. He said that.
Are you sure Big Daddy Kane is what you was thinking about?
Oh my God, I was
Big Daddy Kane.
When I saw that video, it was
Ocean's penis got that big. I was like, oh my god.
What's up, Barb?
God, don't act all fucking quiet now. You out of timeout, motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
Hey, Lucifer, man, you got a fucking awesome radio voice from Alabama.
Oh, man. I love you too, man. So do you. We all have great voices.
Oh, not like you, man.
You know who Old Dirty Bastard is? The
Old Dirty Bastard. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, him and his son. Well, his son, Young Dirty Bastard, follows me on Instagram. He is a riot.
Young Dirty Bastard. That sounds like me.
They had his father. Well, obviously, because his father's Old Dirty Bastard. Like, if you look him up.
Shit.
Yeah, and it was funny. And, like, I don't know if you knew who Benzino, his cousin, Becky, is one of my best friends.
Oh, Benzino. Yeah, I know. You're talking about the light-skinned dude, right?
Yeah, the light-skinned dude, evidently with no neck, who likes to have sex with Transformers.
She said with no neck.
Yeah, that's what we want every female.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi, Diana.
Hey,
Diana.
Hey, what?
Dirty Diana.
Oh, you know what? That's a perfect,
Diana Ross
thing to be saying right now, because I don't know when Debate the News turned into this, but I just want to check in and see if this is all right. Y'all may need to get another room.
Oh, no, we're fine. They're just whatever, because Bob is in timeout. No, but Dirty Diana, they think that because Diana Ross and everything, it makes sense now. When you look at the lyrics and you look at what happened and what she used to spend time with Michael, she basically groomed him. They're basically saying that song.
Yeah, no, I love that song. But so what'd you guys debate about today on Debate the News?
We debated about some about Trump, migrants, about voter fraud, about mail-in ballot fraud because of that. And I actually said there was a woman here in Lawrence, Massachusetts from 2023 who got caught stealing a lot of ballots. And there's been we talked about how many migrants have come in here illegally, about the Chinese buying up a lot of the farmland and jacking up the prices to try to drive a lot of the farm owners out of the areas. There's been so much topic about the war, about Israel, about people sticking up for the Jews, and nobody seemed to give a fuck about Palestinians. And they think that, I said, listen, Palestinians have to rely on the Hamas to protect them. They have nobody else. And it's like, but Hamas don't speak for the Palestinian people. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Hey,
it does.
Diana.
All right.
Diana, check my messages on Instagram.
Wait, how come I didn't get that type of hello?
Because they're doing something in the back channel, because they're probably all going in another channel, because this is going to be the replay. So make it interesting, because the replays are on.
I thought she was hey.
Replays are on for sure.
Gringo, you're on
I see,
admitting that you were
Hey, girl.
So remember.
I see Barth updated the link. So Barth, what's up, Barth? You're still awake?
Damn.
He's playing stupid right now.
Do y'all record these rooms?
Yeah, the replays are on, babe. They're all
left right there. You see where it says replays on? That's what that means.
So now everybody's going to know you were jerking off.
I was talking about sobriety and stuff.
Oh, yeah, y'all were talking about all kinds of shit. So, okay, I just wanted to say hello. I wanted to see who was here. And, you know, if this is the new way to go, well, then awesome.
No, we were just being funny because it was just piggybacking off of something that was said earlier. We were just laughing about what was being said, that's all.
Yeah, we were making your room interesting, Diana.
Yeah, wait, is this your room, Diana?
No, this is Jonathan's room.
Wait, are you QC or something? Like quality control coming in, checking on things?
You know what? It's so funny you say that because when I used to mod, I absolutely did my job as QC. So, but look, maybe this is just a new thing. And,
all right.
Well, it's after dark, Bob said, because after midnight, people kind of just they mellow out, they smoke weed. Everybody was having a good chat. And we were all just up until a little while ago.
They become normal.
Bob became very emotional because he was sharing part of his past and his recovery. So it's
usually after-hour shows are done out of Debate the News. Y'all can do after-hour shows like that. But again, maybe something has changed.
I don't know, Dad, because he just...
No. So why is Donald Trump look like a shit? Right? Why is Donald Trump look like a shit? Okay, no, no. But